I haven't decided if I'm going to do a full replay of Chrono Cross or not, but I'm definitely going to be playing through Radical Dreamers. Okay. Yes. Key, yes, I understand this. Surge, yeah, I mean, I guess. Why not? That's fine. The old lady's tip-off was right on the money. The counterspell on the barrier around the outer walls could have done a real number on us. Kid's plain, unadorned braid flicked back and forth across her shoulders as she walked. We picked our way through the elaborate lattice of the manor's magic shields, moving in closer and closer to Lord Lynx's stronghold. There were 3 of us. Kid, Maggle, and me. I don't remember Maggle. What? Who is Maggle? Did I even have that guy? Googling it. Oh, do they mean Guile? Or is he different? When I searched for Maggle, it came up with Guile. Okay, I was like, am I supposed to know? I was like, am I supposed to remember this? Stop thinking about it. No! You can't control me! I'ma think about it all I want! Listen, I'm trying. It's been 3 years. I'm trying to lay myself a base. Hi, Lazaro. How are you doing today? I guess it must have been 3 years already since I first met Kid. Oh, weird. Weird. It's been 3 years since I played Chrono Cross, and oh my god. Okay, this takes place 3 years after we meet Kid, and okay then, yep, sure. I was just a wandering musician traveling wherever my feet would take me, and wherever a few tunes would pay for a warm bed. Also, we're a bard. This is getting weirder. It was in the Outlands, in a town called Regiora, where we first ran across one another, and since then, she dragged me along on a whole bunch of adventures, and misadventures too. Ah, Kid. She was a thief, and not just any thief. Just a few months shy of 17, and always renowned as one of the realm's greatest. What's more, she was achingly beautiful, stylish, a joy to be around, and a dab hand at campsite cooking, or so she liked to claim. The truth was a little different. Those bandits with hearts of gold you've heard about in stories, the ones who steal from the rich to give to the poor, yeah, that wasn't Kid's style. She was short-tempered, prone to lying, bossy, and obsessed with money. And rarely did she care to listen to a single word anyone said to her. But she wasn't all bad. Probably. Maybe. Sometimes. She had her moments anyway. I glanced over my shoulder to see a shadow hovering behind us, blending into the darkness like smoke. Maggle. Also known as Maggle the Shade. He was Kid's partner, but even after 3 years, I still hardly knew anything about him. I like how they actually kind of made him look like Magus. I do apparently have great timing. Also, I'm glad to hear you're doing great, Lazaro. And they might be Rappaport. You never know. Hi, Brian C. How are you? All I knew was that he was around 30 years old and not much of a talker. But he was one heck of a mage. I heard that he and Kid had started working together way before I met her. He always covered the top half of his face with a mask, and I'd never seen what he looked like underneath. He was a man so mysterious that it sometimes seemed like he was an interloper from another world. It wasn't like Kid was exactly big on details about her past, but Maggle? He might as well have not had one. And Kid didn't seem to know much about her partner in crime either. What kind of man he was, what kind of life he'd lived before, nothing. You might ask how exactly I wound up being a part of this merry band. Well, it's complicated. I guess you could say that life doesn't always turn out the way you think it will. I guess you could say life comes at you fast. This is a nice theme about the characters of Chrono Cross and radical dreams before Chrono Cross existed. Starring Sage! And also starring Kid! And starring Magil! Except for he covers the top half of his face. Dun 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 dun. Getting into trouble. I'm just thinking of that vine that's like, starring me, and also starring me, featuring me. Kid, who was heading up our little raiding party, suddenly stopped dead. Look lively, boys. We've got company. We glanced around warily as cold, cruel eyes emerged from the darkness. I heard a low growl. Dark shadows prowled through the night surrounding us. A pack of wildcats! There must have been about 10 of them. A thrill of fear ran down my spine. Flustered, I pulled my knife from my belt. Kid calmly shifted into a fighting stance. Watch yourselves. I don't reckon these buggers have been treated for rabies. The wildcats snarled and growled as they slowly closed in on us, drawing the noose tighter and tighter. Their eyes glinted in the darkness like fireflies, and strings of eager spittle dripped wetly to the ground. Then one of them sent an almighty roar soaring to the moon, and the hunt was on! What? Think fast! Oh, this is timed. Kid dived into the thick of the pack of wildcats and gave the largest of the number an almighty kick of the chops. The startled beast gave a yelp as it was sent flying. I turned to my right to see that a nearby wildcat was charging toward me, its head lowered menacingly. Panicked, I tried to make a last-second dodge, but it wasn't quite fast enough. Its claws scraped against my side as it rushed past me. Ugh. I winced in pain for a moment, then turned to face my foe and readied myself. I struck at it wildly! I slashed at a nearby wildcat with my knife. The beast tried to leap clear, but I was already too close. I felt the blade make contact and was rewarded with a screech of pain. The wildcat jumped away, this time managing to put some space between us. It looked like I hadn't cut it very deeply. I stood my ground, changing my grip on the knife and waiting for another chance to attack. Sedge! Behind you! Panicked by Kid's warning, I whirled wildly around and came face to face with a pair of eyes blazing like hellfire. I defended myself. There wasn't time to do anything but try and protect myself. In a moment of sheer desperation, I crossed my arms to guard my face. Instantly, I felt the wildcat's fangs sink into my exposed wrist. It had thrown itself bodily at me, bowling me over backwards. Arrgh! My arm still in its powerful jaws, the wildcat pinned me to the ground and shook its head. I tried desperately to free myself, but it was clamped onto me like a bear trap, and there was no way of getting loose. The sound of fang on bone was sickening. But just then, the creature recoiled with a screech. Kid had buried her knife deep into its gut. She quickly capitalized on its terror by giving it an almighty kick. Free of the wildcat, I staggered to my feet, holding the throbbing wound on my arm. I was breathing heavily. The handle of my knife was slick with sweat, and I tightened my grip. With a kick like a bolt of lightning, Kid landed a clean hit on the flank of a nearby wildcat. It staggered before losing its footing, letting out a pathetic cry, but Kid had already moved in to finish it off. And then, the roar of fire. A burning smell filled my nostrils, and next to me, a shrill screech pierced the air. Magil's fire spell engulfed the head of a nearby wildcat. It fled, darting off into the darkness like an arrow. Was it an arrow on fire? Like, how? It's on fire now. Cool. I like Magil already. He likes fire. Hi, Scott. How are you doing? I also like the fact that we get Chrono Cross bangers. Also, I'm pretty sure this game is going to be like 15 hours of me basically reading this whole thing like a bedtime story. So I'm glad it's enjoyable. I scanned the area. Only moments ago we had been surrounded, but now there wasn't a single wildcat left. Kid and Magil had either sent the rest off with their tails between their legs or put paid to them once and for all. Huh! You're dreaming if you think a pack of flea-bitten muggies is gonna stop us, Lynx! Kid crossed her arms and flashed a triumphant grin. Meanwhile, I was panting heavily, and it felt like my legs were about to give out from under me. I collapsed to my knees, overwhelmed by what I'd just been through. Whew! I'd taken a few hits, but I was fine otherwise. A couple of scars to talk about later, maybe, but nothing that would stop me carrying on. Are you hurt? Magil looked down at me, his face expressionless as ever. No worries, Mag, he'll be alright, said Kid, barging in to get a better look at me. He may be a winging sook, but it'll take more than a few scratches to kill this one. She was nothing if not sympathetic. She was right. This was no time to be bemoaning my lot. We hadn't even reached the manor yet. I dabbed at my wounds with a tincture-soaked cloth and wrapped them with bandages, then looked up at the other two. We're just getting started. I grinned back, putting a brave face on things. Oh yeah, don't worry. I have a drink. I'm also probably gonna grab a water later too. I might stream Chrono Cross as well. We'll see. It is a really dope-ass game. I'm very much considering it. That's what I like to hear, Kid cheerily announced from close quarters. But then her eyes turned cold, like the cool glow of the moon in the night sky. It's gonna be a long night. I nodded, trying my hardest not to utterly lose myself in her pale blue eyes. All right, let's get this show back on the road. She turned away and marched off deeper into the trees without looking behind to see if me and Magil were following her. Magil, of course, was already right behind her, his unhurried gait, yes. You know what? I'm actually not familiar with that word. Also, I got distracted because Angry Trees was yelling jokes at me through the door. Yo! I'm trying to read a visual novel here, Angry Trees! You're interrupting me! It's story time, bitches! I like water. Water's yummy. Hi, Nehru. I'm glad to hear you're doing well. I'm doing great too. Thank you for asking. Magil, of course, was already right behind her, his unhurried gait making it seem as though nothing much had happened at all. Also, I know you're right. Technically, Chrono Cross got Radical Dreamers bangers, but I jumped back up to my feet to chase after them. I'd be in for even more trouble than I'd bargained for if I got separated from them. The dark forest inside the manor's perimeter seemed to go on forever, a labyrinth of trees and boulders. The manor itself loomed in the distance, glowering over the vast grounds. And hidden within was a veritable mountain of treasure, just waiting for us. Lord Lynx was the noble who ruled the remote territory of Rigora. He was also Kid's mortal enemy. We were there that night to steal a certain jewel he kept locked away in his most closely guarded vault, the Frozen Flame. The frozen flame was veiled in mystery. It was said to be imbued with an uncanny energy and possessed of a beauty and clarity that made it a priceless treasure. Countless thieves had tried to steal it, and not one of them had come close to succeeding. Nor had any of them escaped the manor alive. And now, it was our turn to try and sneak into this place of death. Led by a girl who had the ambition to make the impossible possible, a hunger for vengeance that drove her onward, and a desire for riches that could never be satisfied. As we pressed on through the tree-filled darkness, the shadows gave way at last, revealing the true extent of the vast mansion. Man, it even looks like the castle in Chrono Cross. Ha! Finally! Say your prayers, Lynx, because we're coming for ya! Keeping to the overgrowth and the shadows of the trees, we made our way around the manor walls in search of a means of entry. Eventually, we came to a terrace overlooking the garden. There was no sign of any guards nearby. The only thing surrounding the manor was an uncanny stillness. This will lead us straight into the West Wing. Just as well. We don't have any business in the rest of the manor tonight, said Magil, gazing up at the dark building towering over us in the night. All right then, what are we waiting for? With that, Kid made to vault over the railing of the terrace. Stop, Magil hissed sharply. Remember what we're here for. Our main target is the vault and the frozen flame within it. We focus on this above all else. Your vengeance is of secondary concern. Agreed? Glancing over her shoulder, Kid replied with a reluctant, Yeah, don't get your knickers in a twist. But if we happen to run into him, I'm gonna knock that Drongo's block off, and neither you nor anybody else is gonna stop me. I guess Kid was going to get her way whether we liked it or not. Let's go, boys! The night is young! She cleared the railing with a sprightly hop and vanished inside the manor. I glanced towards Magil and nodded in silence. We followed Kid's lead and were soon inside Lord Lynx's lair. The darkness swallowed us whole. A corridor stretched off to the left and right from the terrace. It seemed equally dark and chilly in both directions. Ooh, I love that this is like a choose-your-own-adventure book, man. It's so cool. I'm gonna go left because left is always a good direction. We pressed on through the darkness, down corridors that turned and twisted, snake-like, this way and that. Everything around us was still and silent, and it felt strangely like we were being watched, and also I couldn't read the rest of that. We continued creeping cautiously down the corridors. Kid moved proudly and stealthily like a cat stalking its prey. While in the shadows, Magil followed, gliding swiftly and silently like a sinister breeze. And I don't know why that part is not a thing where I can... Just let me read it out loud and then press A instead of trying to read out loud really fast, even though I'm trying to read it dramatically. Oh no, this song. We took the corridor leading from the left-hand side of the terrace, eventually arriving at an intersection with some stairs. The path to the right led down the stairs. The path to the left was a dark side passage, and the main corridor continued straight onward. Down? Let's go reverse uppy. Ooh, the stairs move. I like that. Slowly, we crept down the staircase, descending deeper into blackness as we went. At the bottom, the path split. The way to the left continued on to an atrium that resembled a sort of plaza, while the path to the right was a winding passageway that trailed off into darkness. I'll go to the atrium. Kid poked her head through the arch-shaped door and took a look around. Huh, it's big in here. Must be some kind of hole. We took a cautious look around, then entered, one after another. Hello, demon statue thing.
Into the darkness.
Into the darkness. No parents. Quark, thank you for 10 months. Hi, how are you doing? The atrium was like a beautiful plaza, complete with a statue that doubled as a fountain. Pillars and arches lined the walls, and in the center was a small pool of clear water, above which the statue stood. On the other side of the room, I could see another arched entrance like the one we had come through. Ooh, that's cold! Kid was scooping up water from the fountain. I went over to her and, resting my hand on the edge of the marble basin, peered into the pool beneath. Shadows flickered under the water's surface. You reckon those fish are rare? As in, valuable? Kid leaned right over the edge. I couldn't see the bottom. I wondered how deep it was. The shadow of one of the fish grew larger and larger. Whoa! Sensing danger, Kid leapt back from the edge. Quack! A fish leaped out from the water and snapped at her, its jaws bristling with razor-sharp teeth. Its mouth closed shut on the air where she'd been only moments before, and with a splash, the fish darted back under the water. Piranodons! Bum! Deadly carnivorous fish with razor-sharp teeth and powerful jaws that could snap a monster's horn in half. Staring in horror, I watched as dark shadows began to gather in what little of the pool I could make out. The piranodons must have detected prey. Soon, the room was filled with the sound of splashing and snapping as the fish teemed at the water's surface. Bloody hell! Even Kid was uneasy. She took another step back. How many piranodons were in the pool? The thought of what would happen if they all leapt clear of the water and attacked at once crossed my mind. A bead of cold sweat rolled down my forehead. Suddenly, the water coming from the statue turned crimson and shot out in a powerful jet that nearly touched the ceiling. Kid jumped back again. I just stood in shock, watching the torrent of water erupting from the statue. So you're just gonna stand there and watch this bloody water literally come at you? The scarlet waters continued to gush out from the fountain. The pool grew redder and started to overflow. We looked on, entranced, but the spell was soon broken when we realized that the water was starting to flow faster and faster over the rim of the basin. The piranodons began to jump and snap at the water's surface with bloodthirsty glee. I was brought to my senses by the dull slapping sound of piranodons hitting the floor. We're leaving! Quick! There's an exit on the other side! I pointed at the doorway opposite where we'd come in. I tried my hardest to rush across the red pool, sending up great gouts of crimson water, but it was as thick as blood, and I found myself struggling to move. I felt sharp jabs of searing pain as countless piranodons snapped at my legs. Kid gritted her teeth in pain. Sedge, we gotta do something before we get turned into mincemeat! What was I gonna do? I guess we're dealing with a fish. What? You wanna try and pick off this little lot one by one? Kid glared back at me, her face a picture of exasperated disbelief. Don't be a bloody idiot, Sedge! You wanna die here? While I stood there, my mouth agape, a piranodon sank its teeth into my foot. A jolt of pain surged up my leg, making me jump. I guess we gotta go back the way we came then. Because we can't get to the other side. I'm just gonna take massive damage, don't worry about it. Hi, Nim, how are you doing? Kid, let's get out of here! In a panic, we splashed through the water back to the corridor we came from. The fangs of the piranodon snapped at my legs, and I felt a searing pain, but I had to endure it if I had any hope of reaching the entrance. Breathing heavily, I finally found myself back in the corridor outside. Phew, that was a close call. So that whole thing was a trap, eh? Talk about twisted. Lynx is even more of a sick bastard than I thought. I was about to say it wouldn't have to be if you didn't have to guard against people like her breaking into his home, but I thought better of it. Well, at any rate, I think we can consider that a dead end. Let's go back. Defeated, we left the atrium. Bummer. Something caused Kid to stop in her tracks. Hello, hello! What do we have here? She pointed to the side of the entranceway to the hall. I found myself face to face with a sculpture of an old man's face with a truly phenomenal beard. The sculpture's eyes seemed to gleam with life. For a piece of marble, it seemed almost too realistic. It's a mouth of truth, announced Magil. An enchanted statue that can tell when you're lying. If it catches you out, it'll bite your hand off. Magil kept his explanation simple so the kid wouldn't drift off before he got to the important parts. Oh, so what's it doing here then? I suspect it's part of a greater mechanism. Stick your hand in its gourd, do ya? Righto, well, let's see what happens, shall we? With a mischievous glint in her eye, Kid darted over and stuck her hand in its mouth without a moment's hesitation. Wow, she is not very smart. She stood there for a moment waiting, but it didn't take long for her to get bored. Huh, nothing. Suddenly, I had an idea. Hey, Kid, who's the greatest thief who ever lived? Huh, me, of course, you drone! Kid answered without a moment's hesitation, and then suddenly her face twisted with pain. The teeth of the marble sculpture had clamped down on her hand. It bit me, she cried. Knock it off! Everyone knows it's the truth! Ow! The sculpture bit her again as soon as she spoke. Oh, you little... A cold sweat formed on Kid's forehead. The sculpture was tightening its grip. It won't let go. Oh wait, that's Magil. It won't let go until you say something true. Despite the obvious urgency of the situation, Magil was matter-of-fact as ever. Just say anything, Kid. Anything, as long as it's the truth. Obviously, Kid wasn't listening. Instead, she just kicked awkwardly at the statue. Oi, Beardy! Let go of me bloody hand! She planted her feet on either side of its mouth and tried her hardest to pull herself out. She heaved, kicked, and stamped, grunted and strained. And then finally, her hand popped free. I was taken aback by what I'd just witnessed and couldn't say a word. See, I told you it was the truth! Kid raised her hand in the air triumphantly, as if to demonstrate. I could see heavy bite marks. I mean, yeah, her hand was bloody. That's true. The sculpture hadn't come away from the struggle unscathed either. Kid's attempt to break free had left it cracked in several places. Magil pointed silently at part of it. I went to take a closer look and saw a pale, flesh-covered tongue. I expect we're supposed to put something there, commented Magil. Something? What exactly? I replied. Kid stood there for a moment, lost in thought. And then, she started to unload all the knickknacks she'd been carrying. Oh good! Let's just open our bag and dump literally everything into the statue until it accepts something. Hi, Iron Torch. How are you doing? Yeah, Radical Dreamers came with the Chrono Cross remaster, so I thought we would check it out. It was a strange collection of odds and ends, pulled out from her pockets. her boots, and even from her braid. All right, Serge, now it's your turn to have a go at that stupid statue. Kid grinned at me, holding her assortment of knickknacks out on the palms of both hands. I guess she decided that whatever further horrors the statue had in store, she'd rather not face them herself. Nice, kid. Real nice. Grumbling to myself, I reached out to pick an item. I chose... some grapes. Bum bum bum. Ba-dum ba-dum. Bum bum bum. Ba-dum ba-dum. I took a small bag of dried grapes. One by one, I fed them into the sculpture's marble maw. Munch, munch. Ugh, it actually ate them. That's enough, Serge! Those are my emergency rations you're wasting! Kid snatched the bag from my hands. I still had the last grape, though, so I popped it into my mouth. It was absolutely delicious. Yay! I think that healed me. That's good. They're not for you either, sunshine, growled Kid, glaring at me. You want to take this seriously, Serge, or should I leave you alone here with Beardy here? She was clearly annoyed, but I hadn't worn her patience completely thin just yet. I decided to try something else. I chose... some dried grapes! I don't know, what about a scroll? I mean, it's very possible, Parmy, that they literally lost the original source code, which would mean that the only way that they could make it in widescreen is if they stretched it, and everyone would hate that, so... I picked up the peculiar piece of parchment. I also don't mind, I guess, because I prefer playing in 4x3, but that's just me. Bracing myself, I shoved it into the mouth of truth. Ha ha ha! Nice one, Mr. Master Thief! You think it's a magic scroll or something? Kid doubled over with laughter. Oh, and also, yeah, the models are actually new, though. They did redo them. There's some good comparisons online. And I'm pretty sure you can also change whether you want the original graphics or the updated ones in the main menu. Oh, and apparently the backgrounds were actually made with 3D models and rendered as 2D into the game to create collision data, except for that data was all lost, so then they had to recreate it by hand. Like... I feel like, remastering games has this thing where people think that it's a lot easier than it really is. Guess that didn't work. With a sheepish chuckle, I pulled it out again. Oops! My hand slipped, and the scroll unfurled. It was filled with strange symbols. Noticing the confused look on my face, Madge spoke up. It's a decoding chart used for the Imperial Guard's field reports. Huh. Well, it's all gibberish to me. Wouldn't be much of a code if it wasn't, would it? Kid muttered witheringly. I was too embarrassed to reply. Once I clawed back some of my pride, I attempted a recovery. You'll, have to walk me through it sometime. She just pouted and looked away. Oh, so you can't read it either. Boy, can I pick my moments. Fine! If you're not gonna take this seriously, we're leaving you behind! Sometimes she could be as cold as ice. I'd really done it now. She made to leave, but I grabbed her gently by the shoulder. Look, I'm not messing around. I'm sure this next idea is going to work. I'll believe it when I bloody well see it! Kid didn't seem convinced. The stakes were high. I looked again at her collection of knickknacks and chose. How on earth am I supposed to know this? This seems like nonsense. I don't know. A mirror? Sure, I'll try a mirror, I guess. I have no idea. I took the small silver mirror. The sculpture stared impassively, its marble beard still commanding my attention. I stuffed the mirror into its mouth. Didn't seem to be the right item for the job. Don't see any cavities. Yeah. Very funny. Now give me my favorite mirror back before that thing chomps it to bits. She lost her patience and snatched it off me. It was a rather nice mirror. I pictured her gazing into it as she braided her hair. Do you want to try something else? Asked Magil dryly. Why do I feel like none of these are going to work? Yeah. I guess we won't waste our time on any of these. I lingered for a moment, but pulled my hand away. It didn't seem like any of them was what we were looking for. All right, let's just forget about it for now, muttered Kid, stowing all her valuables. I was sure we'd find a use for this stuff. Whatever, best get moving, huh? Defeated, we left the atrium behind us. I mean, I can always come back to that, maybe. I don't know. Hi, Nim, how are you doing? Leaving the atrium behind us, we immediately found ourselves at a fork in the path. You know what? Let's go down the dark passageway. I'm sure that will definitely go well. Leaving the group as usual, Kid suddenly stopped. What's that? She jabbed her finger at something in the darkness. Straining my eyes, I could see a pale white bundle of something shaking in the shadows. Huh. That's strange. I moved in front of Kid to try to get a better look. And then suddenly, the strange presence started crawling across the floor towards us at an unbelievable speed. I didn't have time to brace myself. The white figure reached my foot, then reared up to its full height. It was a skeleton! The skeleton and I stood face to face, its empty eye socket staring straight at me, or seeming to, at least, considering it didn't actually have eyeballs at all. You're doing good, Nim. I'm glad to hear that. I'm doing well, thank you for asking. What was I gonna do? Tackle the skeleton! I charged in to tackle the skeleton! Yarg! It was a crunching sound and a clattering of bones as the skeleton was knocked back by the blow. Its body split clean in two at the waist. Better luck next time, muttered Kid dryly. As if in response, the skeleton's upper body picked itself up from the ground, turning its skull toward me. Balancing its body with its left hand, it then pulled the skull from its head with its right hand. What's it doing now? Before I could get the words out, it had heaved its skull at me. Catch it! Whip, I caught it in both hands and slammed it into the floor. I slammed the skull into the ground. It smashed to pieces with a satisfying crunch. And as soon as it had, the skeleton's torso collapsed into a lifeless heap. Well, I guess we did well there. It won't be troubling us anymore. Time to move on. Yay! I didn't fail. Phew! I'd taken a few knocks, but I was alright. A scrape or two wouldn't stop me. Maybe you ain't such a drongo after all. Just goes to show any old weirdo can make something of themselves if they put their mind to it. Kid's eyes glinted with mischief. We left the atrium and continued on down the path ahead. Eventually, we came across an ornate door on the right-hand side. Something smelled fresh and pleasant. Flowers? Was it coming from inside? Obviously, I have to go inside this mysterious door, chat. Duh. We found ourselves in a tidy, welcoming room. The knickknacks and curios dotted around the place seemed to be well loved. The stately desk and the cozy-looking bed nearby, meanwhile, suggested the room's occupant was no stranger to luxury. Though the room was richly furnished, somehow it still felt awfully lonely. Kid took a quick look around before commenting. It's Lynx's girls' room! A half-written letter on the desk and a teacup, still warm, suggested that the lady of the manor was still nearby. But it didn't seem that anyone was here now. We decided to search the room. Some charming flowers, a discarded cotton handkerchief, a small bottle of perfume. Oh, that's cool. We see our party members back there in the mirror. Nothing that meant much to me, nor anything that seemed particularly valuable. It seemed to have the same impression and scanned the room, clearly not expecting to find anything. The only item of note was a small antique box, which bore a crest resembling a viper. I decided where to look next. I want to open the box. Hi, Marco. How are you doing? Well, I mean, I feel like you can probably smash all of life's problems out of your way. That seems reasonable. Hi, gamer. How are you? I gotta find out what's in the box. I picked up the small wooden box on the bookshelf. I gently opened the lid and was greeted by a soothing melody. A music box. There was something about that song. I know this tune. Kid was standing next to me, and I could see something had changed in her expression. You do, huh, Kid? Someone used to sing it to me a long time ago. She turned her gaze downward and went silent. Kid? Startled, she turned to me. Her eyelashes glistened as if wet with dew. She walked to the door, not saying a word. Hey, Kid, wait up! We left the room. Was she crying? Was Kid crying? Maybe I was just seeing things. But what if I wanted to go back in the room and search the drawers? Well, I'll never know what was in the drawers now. Put the music box, though. I'm upset. I guess we'll go to the right. Oh, wait. Oh, it's the same door. Wait, a different door, maybe. We went down the dark passageway, eventually finding ourselves in a sturdy-looking, immaculately polished door. Kid sniffed at the air. Just as I thought. Something stinks here. I reckon we found the beast's lair, lads. In the darkness, Kid's lips twisted into a grin that turned my blood cold. Obviously, we're going inside. Terrible idea. Let's go. It was Lynx's room, but he didn't seem to be around. Ha! The bugger's gone and scarping off 'cause he heard I was coming. There was something deeply unpleasant about the room. There wasn't anything unusual about the furniture and fittings. Not how they looked or how they were made, but taken as a whole, it all felt discordant. Was this a reflection of Link's? A seemingly ordinary facade that hid a disturbing truth only some could see? Let's see what we can find. The desk drawers, the paintings on the wall, the vase on top of the side table. We left no stone unturned. There didn't seem to be anything suspicious. But as I scanned the room, something unusual caught my eye. There was a pedestal in one corner with a significant-looking scarlet cloth drawn over it. I slowly raised my hand toward it. Be careful what you touch in here, warned Magil. I pulled my hand back timidly. But then the cloth flipped back with a flutter without me having laid a finger on it. Is there a bird in there? Aw, I'm glad, Marco. I'm just having a good time playing Radical Dreamers. I'm still just really interiorly vibrating with excitement that I actually get to play this. Because I've always wanted to play it. Did that thing just move by itself? Exclaimed Kid, her eyes wide open with surprise. Gripped by curiosity, we moved in to see what had been hiding. It was a large antique mirror of an elaborately decorated style I'd seen before. It wasn't the kind of thing that would normally seem out of place in an old manor like this, and yet... Wait, something ain't right, said Kid. Meanwhile, I was captivated by the gaze of the statue of Venus reflected in the mirror. Suddenly the eyes of the statue shone with light. It's talking to me now. What is your desire? It spoke with a voice that was crystal clear, yet smoky and husky. The mirror! It's speaking! I stammered. Oh, a whispering mirror, muttered Magil, as if he'd seen them 1,000 times before. What's one of those? Kid gave Magil a quizzical glance. Oh, you feel that way about the early Elder Scrolls games, or Bloodborne or Demon Souls? When you finally get to play them someday, you're gonna lose it. I'm pretty sure you can buy the earlier Elder Scrolls on Steam. I can't really say how good those versions are, because I haven't played them myself. A magical mirror in which a spirit dwells. The spirit can freely move between its own and other mirrors and will share its wisdom with those who ask. Perhaps we should ask it something. I decided to ask it about something that had been on my mind for some time. I want to learn more about Magil. Oh, is it on Game Pass too? Cool. Hi, Crow. How are you doing? I want to know about Magil's past, I said, casting a furtive glance in his direction. As you wish. The statue of Venus in the mirror turned her gaze downward. As she did so, darkness spread across the mirror's surface. But nothing else took its place. There was only unending black. What did it mean? What? You what? Okay, so you don't exist. Got it. Hi, John. How are you doing? Oh, you got 1 and 2 for free when you bought Wolfenstein? Nice. Leave this stupid mirror alone and get back to work, snapped Kid. She was already poking and prodding at other things in the room. Oh, I think Crow is saying that Elder Scrolls 1 and 2 are on Game Pass, Barry. I don't think that Chrono Cross is. Oh, it's mostly a funding issue. Oh, well, hey, I hope you're saving up to move to Seattle goes well, Marco. Angry Trees and I actually made a move from Texas to California, I don't know, like 7 years ago or something now, and we're still over on the West Coast and really enjoying it. So I do hope you get a chance to do that too. I stepped away from the mirror and started searching the room again. I took another look around the room. I didn't rate our chances of finding much of interest, no matter how hard we looked. I'll trust in Magil's experience. Alright, Mag, where would you start the search? He gave a brief grunt and immediately melted into the darkness. The shadows of the desk, the bookshelf, and everything else in the room all began flickering, as if suddenly alive. After a short while, he emerged from the darkness by the bookshelf. I found this. In his hand were some scraps of paper and 3 copper coins. The scraps consisted of a torn-up map of Regiora and an unused sheet of notepaper. We're not here to bloody tidy up for him, sighed Kid. Looks like we're done here then. Come on, let's go. Magil and I followed Kid's lead and left the room. Okay. So far, we have found absolutely nothing. Today, you scheduled a mental health care appointment as well as a mid-delivery, and you got a new suitcase for the cycler. Yo, that sounds awesome, John. That sounds like a very good, productive day. Hi, Dan Pudding. Hi, Pinecone. How are y'all today? Have a good night, Shadow. Thank you for joining us. You rest well. We retraced our steps. Eventually, we came across an ornate door on the left-hand side. It was Riddell's room. Lynx's daughter. Oh, obviously we're going in there. Oh. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is the other room we were in. I think. Yeah. Oh, okay. The window wasn't ajar before, I don't think. Let's come back later. Okay. That's weird. Alright, I guess we'll go back towards the atrium. Let's go back upstairs. I guess a side passage? Old, immaculately polished door. Okay, this is new. You're doing great, Pinecone. You got the last 2 cards you needed for your Goblin's Magic deck? Ooh, hell yeah, nice. Which cards did you get? Now you need to look into buying styrofoam padding for said suitcase. Let's go inside this creepy door. Kid gently pushed the door ajar and peeked into the room. The next thing I knew, she'd slipped inside. Magil and I followed. Looks like a study. The room was lit by the moonlight coming through the long, slender windows, slanting down in pale beams through the darkness. It was pretty big for a study, with an immaculate antique desk dominating the center. There were rows of bookshelves lined with thick, dusty old tomes. The wall to the rear of the room was decorated with paintings, and shelves of vases and painted plates stood before it. They all seemed to be curios from foreign lands. I want to look at the paintings. I stood in front of one particularly prominent painting on the wall and examined it closely in the pale moonlight that shone through the window. It was a watercolor of a landscape that could only have come from some feverish dream. Day, night, and all the seasons of the year merged into one in a world that seemed to be melting. I thought I could make out several faces among the chaos. That sounds, oh my god, that sounds like the world that you go to when you first become Lynx. In the midst of the madness sat a small black gem, a red flame serenely flickering within. What was this picture trying to convey? Had Lynx put it here himself? This is so cool. Oh, the cards you grabbed were just some land utility? Swapped out a couple of basic mountains for a Den of the Bugbear. Oh, Den of the Bugbear is really good. I haven't actually heard of Mad Blind Mountain. What you looking at, Sedge? Found something valuable. Kid came over to where I was standing and picked up a porcelain plate from a nearby shelf. She weighed it in her hand, seemingly appraising its value. Nice little piece, this. Yeah. Must have cost about enough to feed a family for a year. She paused. Not that I give a rat's ass. That's all. It ain't the plate's fault some idiot spent that much on it. An almost sheepish grin flickered across her lips. Hi, Awesome! Yeah, the Chrono Cross remaster came out today. It's 20 bucks on Steam, Switch. I think it's also on PS4, maybe? / PS5. Radical Dreamers is it's kind of like a choose-your-own-adventure visual novel that originally only came out in Japan, but they gave it an official translation and included it with the remaster of Chrono Cross. It's actually what inspired the people who made Chrono Cross to make it. She gently put it back on the shelf. Okay. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. It wasn't a loud knock, but in the bottomless silence of the night, it might as well have been a thunderclap. Kid and I stood bolt upright and turned toward it. Magil, meanwhile, hid in the shadows, drifting away like smoke. Panicked, I whispered to Kid, hide behind the door in the shadows. Quick, get behind the door! We kept our bodies low as we silently and swiftly made for the back of the door, where the shadows would keep us hidden. We pressed our backs to the wall and did our best to still our breathing. Slowly, the door opened. Flickering candlelight spread from the doorway with a warm glow. I held my breath. But it seemed that whoever it was didn't mean to come in. They simply stood there. Strange. I thought I heard something. But the Lord of the Manor is away, of course. Why would there be anyone in here? I have to get over my nerves. Everything was fine until we heard the news that Pouring was on the move. The figure quietly closed the door, plunging the room back into darkness. The voice trailed off to a whisper. We remained motionless, keeping our ears pricked for any sign of an unwelcome return. All we heard were footsteps moving away. Oh, it's $20 on Steam and Switch, Raylu. Also, hi, how are you doing? Mad Blind Mountain counts as a mountain, enters tapped, can be tapped for 1 red mana, or you can pay 1 red and tap it to shuffle your library. Ooh, as long as you have 2+ red permanents. That's super nice. That's really, really nice. So, Pouring has made its move. Magil emerged from the shadows, contemplating the news we'd overheard. Kid, if the rumors are true, we might well be about to find ourselves in a very difficult situation. This seemed to set her thinking, too. Pouring was a powerful nation that ruled the southern continent. I'd heard it was a prosperous land whose recent and sudden development had pushed it far ahead of its neighbors, which made me wonder, what would its inhabitants want here out in the sticks? They couldn't be after the frozen flame too, could they? As valuable as it might be, a jewel was just a jewel in the grand scheme of things. I couldn't imagine it being an item of national interest. I mean, ultimately, it was just a pretty rock, right? Let them do what they want. If everyone's busy playing soldiers, they won't be bothering us. Come on, we got things to do. She headed for the door. We left the room and made our way back down the side passage. But there was more stuff to do there. Dang it. Ichigo. I mean, Chrono Cross, I don't think they typically make like a totally separate category. There is the Chrono Cross category, but since we're playing Radical Dreamers, I wanted to put us in the Radical Dreamers category. How are you doing today? Or at least it wasn't there when I looked. It literally wasn't there when I looked. No, it's still not there for me, so I don't know. Let's see. I guess I'll go to the terrace? Keep following the corridor. A short way along the corridor, running from the right-hand side of the terrace, we found an ancient-looking door, again on our right. Kid pressed an ear against it, listening for any signs of life. Dead quiet. Don't reckon there's anybody in there. Well, we're obviously going in. Door wasn't locked. It swung slowly open. What's this room supposed to be? Place is a dump! Kid had poked her head in through the door, taking a quick peek to see if there was anyone inside, and was disappointed by what she found. Odd. The room was large and littered with peculiar-looking machinery and knickknacks, all of which were covered in dust and had seemingly been dumped there haphazardly. Everything looked like it had been there rusting for a very long time. The ends of the room were completely dark, and it was impossible to tell just how big it was, or even what the walls and floor looked like. It seemed that the manor's inhabitants had turned the old clock tower into a makeshift storage space some time ago. I stepped warily inside. Leave that alone. I looked over towards Magil and saw a kid trying to pull something from the shadows. It was a huge sword that appeared to be very old indeed. You don't need that old bludgeon, it'll only get in the way. And as much of an antique as it is, it won't fetch much on the market in that condition. Yeah? Reckon it might, you know. There's plenty of collectors who just love old bits of junk. Well, some old bits of junk. Pouting, Kid left the sword where she stood. At least she put it back down gently. It was then that we heard a voice from the shadows. And what exactly are you doing here, I just about jumped out of my skin. Who's there? Kid and Magil turned to face the voice, ready for a fight. A wizened crone emerged from the shadows. Wow, she even has her own birds. She was hunched over and wore a hood draped over her face. I could tell at a glance that she wasn't just old, she was positively ancient. It's just some doddery old bag. What do you think you're doing sneaking up on us like that? Kid's shoulders relaxed as the tension left her body. Magil, however, continued to give the woman a piercing stare. Oh, what an impish little thing you are. Here to visit a friend, perhaps? Not in the dead of night, I suspect. The crone narrowed her eyes. Let's get a closer look at you. Oh, yes. You must be here to get your revenge on Lynx. How did she... My heart jumped. She seemed to know exactly who we were. We were in trouble. What if she sounded the alarm? We'd have to give up on the treasure and run for our lives. What were we gonna do? I like how one of our options is to pretend we didn't hear her. Hi, Nelso. I'm good. How are you doing? You know what? I'm gonna go with, yep, you're right. I am absolutely here to kill chaos. I mean, Lynx. So, what if we are? Kid narrowed her eyes right back at the crone. What's it to you? If we're here to get our revenge on old Lynxy boy, you gonna do something about it? You never change, do you? The crone chuckled madly, her small frame shaking.
Ah, the boldness of youth. Yes, that's the spirit.
You what? Kid looked at the crone, completely confused. I was no less mystified. What the heck are you on about?
Oh, it must have been 4 or 5 years ago. Yes, it was around then that an innocent young thief stole into the manor looking to singe Lord Lynx's whiskers.
Hi, Chupon, how are you? Yeah, you're breaking up. Bring me in a triangle.
She couldn't have been much older than 10 now that I think of it.
Shocked, my gaze turned to Kid. A wet glint had appeared in Kid's eyes, but her glare was like ice. It certainly felt as if the temperature in the room had suddenly dropped below freezing. With a chuckle, the crone continued her story, pretending not to have noticed the change in mood.
She was an orphan, you know. Came after Lynx to avenge a woman who loved her like her own daughter.
Oh, fuck you guys. You can't play this song. Cool. Now I'm just gonna sit here and cry about Luca, okay? You guys have a nice day. I'm gonna sit here and cry. Yeah, part of Chrono Cross was probably still one of the times I've cried the hardest on stream. You're doing okay, Chupon? Oh, you resubbed to 14? And you're catching up on the ridiculous Hildebrand content. Nice. God, that would be the only thing, Belle, is if I replay Chrono Cross, I have to go through that scene again. At least this time it won't take me 3 hours to get the ending right.
But all the vengefulness in the world couldn't change the fact she was only a little girl. She was no match for Lynx's men, sadly, and they quickly captured her. Lynx is the kind of man one would fear to have for an ally, never mind a foe. Had it not been for the timely assistance of a friend of hers, the girl would have certainly been executed. The way the people of the manor told it, the very shadows pitied the girl and rushed in to spirit her away. I wonder how much of the tale could be true.
Oh, the la 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 la. I was totally in part of it. It's just subtle. That's true. I'll be prepared for it this time.
I have nothing but sympathy for those who know failure, of course. You can't win all the time. And sometimes, against all the odds, fate really can be foiled.
Fate with a capital F!
And the clockwork of history sent into disarray.
This, see? That's where they go. My heart.
No, the ones I have no patience for are those who do not recognize their failure, or who fail and choose to give up as a result.
crone looked up from under her hood, stared Kid directly in the face, and grinned. Kid's anger faded, giving way to a dumbfounded expression.
If you wish to steal the jewel from Lynx, if you truly wish to triumph, you will have to let go of a treasure of your own, Kid. For as long as you cling onto it, the hands of your clock will never move. They'll stay exactly where they came to rest all those years ago.
Who are you?
Well, me? Why, I'm just an old man, like you said. I do apologize. I must have taken up a lot of your time with all my babbling. I'll leave you in peace. No, much before I go.
The crone turned to face me.
You seem to be injured, young man. If you wish, I can take a look at your wounds.
Yeah, sure, why not? I would like to be healed. That sounds great. Please do. The crone muttered a few words as her bony fingers drew sigils in the air. A pale, gentle light began to surround my body, filling me with a strange warmth. Strike a light! That's no ordinary spell! Kid was impressed. I felt my wounds healing, and heard a nostalgic melody that soothed the wounds in my heart. Before I realized it, the crone was gone. Hey! Hey, lady! Kid strained her eyes, scanning the darkness. But there was no one to be seen, and her calls went unanswered. Who the bloody heck was that? Kid looked like she just woken up on the floor of a laughing pig after a few too many. And what did she mean about you having to let go of a treasure? Well, we won't find any answers here. Time to move on. So obviously that was Magil that saved her. Makes sense. Magil's definitely Magus. Yeah, yep. This is all making sense now because Guile was originally supposed to be Magus, but then they got rid of that being a plot line because they didn't want to pull too much attention that direction, which is why now Magil and Guile are two separate characters, but it's totally actually him. Anyway, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Yay! Nothing happened. It's fine. Kid walked quickly to the door, keen to move on. Who's it, you? Just as I was about to follow Kid out of the room, she jabbed me in the side with her elbow. You stingy little bugger, Serge! Why didn't you tell her to share some of that healing magic with the rest of us? Classic Kid. The door led back into the corridor, which stretched off to the left and right. Rightward lay the depths of the manor, while the way to our left led back to the terrace. Let's go right. Okay. I guess we'll go in here. Oh, it's locked. Okay. Bloody door's got a magic barrier on it, and the bloody barrier's got a barrier of its own to boot. It'll take more than me putting the boot in to get through all that. I see. Then unless we find the key, we don't have a hope of getting inside. Reckon I can handle a key hunt, especially if it's that idiot Lynx who's hidden it. If we can find his room, I'll sniff it out in 2 seconds flat. You just watch. There was little more we could do here, so we decided to look elsewhere. Well, I might as well go back then. We can take time to talk to them? Cool. I'm gonna talk to Magil. You're doing well tonight, Serge. You're less green than when we first met. What I could see of Magil's face betrayed no emotion, but I thought I could feel the faintest of friendly gazes from beneath the mask. Right, dust yourself off and let's get moving. We've got work to do, said Kid. And, like, the fact that he even wears a mask like Guile wears a mask. Alright, Sedge. You finally sort of learned how to get your hands dirty, ain't ya? I guess people really can change if they put in the effort. She hadn't seen anything yet. We should go back inside. We're not here for fun. Okay. So we go left. And then down the stairs, I think. And then to the right. Continue on our way. Yep. And we're going inside. Hopefully we can find something now. Hi, Apex. How are you doing? Yeah, we want to go dentist down the corridor. Knew he wouldn't be here. We started looking for any signs of the key to the vault. Maybe she can help, said Kid, thrusting her chin toward the mirror. I gently pulled the soft cloth from the mirror and stared into the glass. Hello, creepy statue! You want to tell me where the key is? Wow! No. Shame. Where's the key to the vault? Do you know where the key to the vault is? The mirror's reflection rippled and changed to reveal a room with numerous bookshelves. A deep, sonorous voice spoke.
You will find the key in the place I have revealed, the study. It is inside a book with a purple cover in the furthest bookshelf from the door.
The image of the study vanished from the mirror and the voice went silent. It appears the spirit is left for another mirror, commented Magil. To the study, then. As I made to leave the room, a low voice rumbled through the air, stopping me dead in my tracks.
Beware, he knows.
Was it the voice of the mirror again? What did it mean? Hurry up or we're leaving you behind, Sedge! Called Kid from outside. Flustered, I rushed after her. Yeah, that particular choice definitely reeks of 90s humor. We'll just move on. We'll just move on and, quite frankly, be glad that it is not part of the main plot and I'm able to skip it. Okay, so we want to go uppy. Yeah, I'm enjoying it so far, Apex. I hope you're doing well. I'm excited that there's finally an official translation. Okay, so let's go towards the study. It's like I'm playing a choose-your-own-adventure book. Go in the study. Right, let's find this key. Light on her feet as always, Kid moved into the center of the room. Where the mirror samples again, Sedge? She was asking me. How was I supposed to remember? It was a purple cover, and it was the furthest away one. I think it was supposed to be one with a purple cover in the furthest bookcase. Alright, let's see. Seeming to take my word for it, Kid made for the case in question. Right, this is the one. Purple cover. Aha! This has got to be it! Kid pulled out a book from the bottom shelf. Magil and I watched as she opened it. The pages were hollowed out, and hidden inside was an old key decorated with strange symbols. Nailed it! Nice one, Serge! Kid snatched the key from inside of the book. Right, time to finally get a look at this treasure! Having got what we came for, we left the study. Okay. Wait. No. Let's turn back, because we don't want to go to the atrium down there. It's, was it the one to the right? No. Oh, wait, did I go here before? I don't know, let's find out. Kid gently pushed the heavy doors open and peeked inside. Doesn't look like anyone's in there. It seemed to be the main hall of the manor. There was a massive table, beautiful decorations on the walls, and thick columns decorated with sculptures of birds and beasts. Fixed to the wall in the back towered a tremendous pipe organ like a burnished black mountain. Dozens of candles provided a dim, flickering light, sending the corners of the room dancing in and out of shadow. Several enormous portraits glowered down from high on the wall. Were these members of Lynx's family? I was busy staring at a painting depicting a young husband and wife when I realized that their eyes had turned to look right at me. Okay, they hadn't. Don't worry, this isn't about to turn into some dumb ghost story. It just looked that way because of the way the flickering light of the candles reflected against the glossy oil paints. Obviously. Probably. This place gives me the creeps. Oh wait, you know what? This is probably Kid. This place gives me the creeps. And get a load of all these ugly monks. There's nothing for us here. Let's look somewhere else. Neither Magil nor I had any objections. We left the hall and returned to the corridor. But I want to play the pipe organ! What if I want to play the pipe organ, though? Okay, we don't need to go to the clock tower. Exactly, the pipe organ's how we got into the cathedral. Like, I want to play that sucker. Okay, so let's see if this key works. This should do it. Kid slipped the key we'd found under the lock. Lines of magical light flashed against the surface of the door and vanished as various magical barriers were dispelled. Oh. Up, down, left, right, blue, red, green, every color under the sun. I don't think up, down, left, or right are colors. And then all was quiet, and the darkness of the manor returned. Right, we're in! With a creak, the heavy door gently swung open. As soon as I saw what was inside, I gave a gasp. Kid stepped inside. Whoa! We've hit the mother lode! That's a lot of gold. Out of the darkness loomed a veritable mountain of gold, silver, priceless works of art, and exquisite trinkets. Kid looked as if she were on the verge of drooling at the sight of it all. But what thief wouldn't have been? After all, this was the kind of hoard that few people would ever come across in their lifetime. The smallest fraction of this vast mound of riches would have seen even the most careless spendthrift set for life. Our goal is the frozen flame. Ignore the rest. Magil spoke with an icy dedication to our mission. He had not even batted an eyelid at the sight that greeted us. Yeah, I know. She was disappointed, of course, but she soon set about scanning the room for the object of our hunt. Wait, is that it? Look, on the pedestal over there. I turned to see what Kid was pointing at. Yep. There it was. A small yet perfectly formed jewel that gave off a pale red light. A jewel that looked like a flickering fire suspended in time. The frozen flame. Silently, Magil walked towards the pedestal. I called out, wait, we should be careful.
You're right. This is Lynx we're dealing with, after all. It may very well be trapped. We should be on our guard.
This is where our D&D party learns about the encumbrance rules.
We need to be quick about this, but fine, have it your way, grumbled Kid, looking away.
Magil examined the pedestal for a short while, then paused.
We were wise to be cautious.
Placing his left hand on the base of the pedestal, he muttered an incantation, drawing quick sigils in the air with his right hand. Some glyphs appeared on its smooth surface, and for a moment, blazed brightly.
There. Now we can proceed.
Magil calmly reached out and grabbed hold of the red jewel. Dun-da-da-da! Surge and friends obtained the frozen flame! Phew! We'd managed to get what we came for without anything horrible happening to us. Oh no, don't say that. I breathed a sigh of relief and turned again to Magil. He was staring silently at the jewel in his hands. Magil, we did it! Let's get out of... Before I could finish, the frozen flame crumbled to dust!
Yup. This flame was a fake. Lynx must be keeping the real one somewhere safe.
What? Suddenly, a siren rang out. The room was flooded with light, and metal bars slammed down in front of the door. I turned with a gasp to see Kid frozen, an ornate crown in her hands, and a wide-eyed look of awkward shock on her face. Oh, for fuck's sake! Dun-da-da-da! Kid and friends obtained a golden crown, too, and also got caught and imprisoned. You're kidding me, right? You had to go and... You complete bonehead! I let rip with a stream of choice insults. In my head, that is. Metallic parrots in the four corners of the room suddenly came to life, flapping their wings and screeching. Ah! Thieves! Thieves! We're in trouble!
These things are going nowhere,
said Magil, inspecting the bars covering the door. Although to look at him, you wouldn't have thought there was anything wrong. Which way? Which way? The parrots! The parrots! To the vault! The vault! We heard voices in the distance. The manor guards were coming. Kid dived behind a pile of gold coins. Find somewhere to hide! In a panic, I looked around the room. There was a large chest sitting wide open next to a pillar. I rushed to empty it out, then plunged in headfirst and closed the lid. This is a stupid idea. I swear if this works.
Captain! Captain! There's no sign of anyone in there! No sign! Strange. Peculiar. No one's ever escaped before. None have ever flooded the mousetrap's clutches. None!
I gently pushed up the lid of the chest and peeked through the gap. There were 5 goblins wearing suits of armor, unlocking the gate and about to make their way inside. One of the goblins looked around the room, jerking his neck as he peered into the shadows.
Captain, what if it actually was a mouse this time? Chef was grumbling about mouses the other day, Captain.
A mouse? A rodent? A rat? Would a teeny tiny thing like that really have sprung the trap?
Replied a stocky, plump-looking goblin who must have been the captain. He didn't seem convinced. That was when I heard a strange but oddly familiar sound from a corner of the room. Squeak! Squeak! It was coming from where Kid was hiding. Startled, the troop of goblins stopped and looked at each other. For a moment, none of them spoke. Eventually, the goblin captain rubbed his chin through his jowls and offered his thought.
Mouses? I'm sure Chef was complaining about cats.
Meow! Meow! That voice again. Again, silence. I can't believe we're trying this. The goblins only looked at each other.
Funny you should say that, Captain. Why, I heard it weren't mouses or cats, it was a hecarim.
An awkward silence followed. In my mind's eye, I could see Kid racking her brains to work out what a Hecaran was.
I smell a rat, by which I mean a thief!
Following the captain's lead, the guards reached for their weapons, and then...
Hack! Hack, hack, hack! Hack, a hack, hack! Hack, a hack, hack! Ran, hack, a ran!
Listen, it really is a hack ran by hack! That proves it!
The goblin guards grinned and nodded to each other. Oh my god, they bought it. Make bagok sounds, but say heckaran instead, no problem.
Cheeky little devil, surprised me there. Let's get out of here, boys.
The goblins filed out of the vault. I breathed a sigh of relief. And then they came charging back in again with a mighty roar.
There's no such thing as hack rans.
What? You sneaky little buggers! Roared Kid, leaping out from behind the pile of gold coins.
You're one to talk, thief.
Brandishing their weapons menacingly, the goblins moved slowly forward, forcing Kid into a corner. Well, we're about to have to fight something. Hi, Jeffrey. How are you doing? Hecaran is a good nod to Chrono Trigger. I quietly eased open the lid of the coffer and slipped out. Can't leave you anywhere, can I? I muttered to myself. I knew Kid could handle herself, but I didn't fancy her odds against a whole troop of heavily armed goblins. For a moment, I wasn't sure what to do, but then I made up my mind. I had to leave. No, I had to save Kid, obviously. There was no way I was going to abandon a friend in need. Even if it meant facing off against a group of 5 goblin guards, I'd find a way to come out on top, I hoped. I drew the knife from my belt and leapt into the middle of the room. Hey! Snot for brainses! Over here! The goblins all turned to look at me at the same time. 10 beady, cruel little eyes all staring daggers at me.
Fool, in a hurry to die, are we?
I gulped and wondered if making a run for it might have been the better plan of action after all.
Oh, humans are so stupid!
The goblin captain chuckled and licked his teeth.
Yep, this one's got a death wish all right. Why else would he be so stupid as to come after Lord Lynx's treasure?
That's a first. That's a first! Being called dumb by a bloody goblin! Try acting tough when you're crying to your mom later on! Judging by Kid's response, she wasn't feeling massively threatened.
You tell
her it was Kid that kicked your teeth in! Why are we not fighting the goblins yet? You're doing great, Jeffrey. I'm glad to hear that. Oh, you've got tomorrow off from work, so you get some extra chill time. Nice. And I am enjoying Radical Dreamers so far, thank you. It's like playing a choose-your-own-adventure game, but with Chrono Trigger Chrono Cross, so that's pretty rad.
So you're a kid, are you? The sneaky little slippery thief we've heard so much about?
The goblin narrowed his eyes.
Lord Lynx will be thanking me from now until my retirement when I bring him your head on a silver platter.
The goblin captain pulled his morning star from his waist and started swinging.
You don't know who you're messing with. We ain't no ordinary goblin, sweetheart. We're Lord Lynx's elite guard. The goblins that gobble are the goblins. That's right, the Gob Squad.
Aw, quit shooting your mouth off and let me stick a boot in it! And with that, Kid launched into a lightning-fast spinning kick. Her boot connected with the side of the goblin's head with a crack, sending the creature tumbling to the ground.
Get him, lads. The boy looks scrawny. Start with him.
The goblin captain spun the heavy metal ball of his morning star in the air.
Glorious Gob Strike!
Aye, aye! The goblins charged across the room in response to their captain's command.
Gob Strike incoming!
A goblin rushed towards me. I'm gonna dodge it, or try to, because this is a frickin' flail. Don't try to parry a flail. I swiftly dodged the attack. Well, I tried to at least. The morning star slammed into my shoulder with a sickening impact. I wreathed in agony, at the same time trying not to lose sight of where the next blow might be coming from.
That's the spirit, Scrawny. I ain't done with you yet.
Another of the goblins hesitated for just a moment, only to be run through by a spear of pure lightning conjured up by Magil. The goblin let out a blood-curdling howl as electricity coursed through its body. It clutched awkwardly at its chest where it had been struck, its face contorted with agony and horror. Magil's cape fluttered, and his piercing eyes stared coldly at his victim.
None who defy me shall escape my wrath.
Another goblin flew down from overhead. Bombs away! With a growl, it sent its morning star swinging from above. I'm gonna roll away. I rolled across the floor, dodging the attack, but oh god, we're getting beat to hell. I never felt such raw pain in my entire life. I rolled around the floor in agony.
Ha ha ha! Dance for me, boy! Let me hear you sing!
As I crawled on the floor, the shadow of the goblin towered over me like a black mountain.
Die, brat! Ha 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 ha!
Its lips curled around its fangs in a leering grin, and it raised its weapon over its head. Oh no, you don't! You'll have to get through me first! Magil conjured up a black wind, which surged forth like a shearing tempest.
How does a human know a spell like that? Who are you?
The goblin was quickly silenced as the rushing winds tore through it, and it collapsed to the floor with a final shriek. Magil looked down at his victim, his expression unchanged. My head was spinning, but I managed to take the opportunity to rise to my feet. Gob strike incoming! I guess I'll try to parry this one because dodging it doesn't really work. I just about managed to push my enemy's attack aside and tried to strike back with my knife, landing a heavy blow right in the goblin's unguarded flank. The goblin's face crumpled in agony. Magil conjured up a black wind which surged forth like a shearing tempest. Oh, yeah, okay, we heard that already. Bombs away! I guess we'll try jumping up for a counterattack this time. I was better off attacking than trying for a clumsy dodge. I tackled the goblin head-on and bounced helplessly off its enormous rock-like body, smashing headfirst into the floor. Ow. The shock of the impact jolted through my body. Another of the goblins hesitated for just a moment. Oh, okay, also got run through by electricity. Magil is basically doing all of the work.
Long live Lord Blinks! Glory to the Gob Squad!
With these final words, the goblin collapsed. That was the last of them. We made it. What, did I get hit like 3 times? I don't actually know how much health I have in this.
Huh! Piece of cake!
Said Kid, putting a brave face on things as she wiped the sweat from her brow with her arm. And then she stopped and looked at me.
Sedge, what were you thinking, you great drongo, getting the goblins to come after you like that? You really didn't have to, you know. Still, thanks.
Can't say I wasn't happy to see a crazy ass jump in like that. She was actually smiling at me. Kid's smile kindled a light inside me, and with it, a peculiar warmth that came in ripples. And then Magil stepped in. Hi, Kakashi, how are you doing?
Save the chanter for later. We can't waste any more time here.
The frozen flame must be somewhere else in the manor.
Alright, mate, thanks for stating the obvious. It's not my bloody fault that Lynx has to make things so bloody difficult for everyone.
Kid spun on her heel and made a sulky about-face for the door. Suddenly, her attention returned to the pile of defeated goblins.
This bunch of drongos said their Lynx is elite guard, right? Bet they've got some nice loot on them.
With that, she started unceremoniously rummaging through the fallen captain's pockets. She was like a hyena sniffing for scraps. Hello, what's this? She'd found an odd metal plate. It resembled an open hand and was covered in runes. Reckon this might open some other magic door somewhere. Well, never know when it might come in handy. Either way, finders keepers. The plate vanished in a kid's pocket. Alright, well that feels like that probably will be useful for that statue. You're doing good. I'm glad to hear that. I'm doing awesome. Thank you for asking. Huh. Looks like there's nothing else worth taking unless you count pocket lint and bits of string. She rose to her feet and looked around the room.
No, it's a real shame to leave the rest of all this loot just sitting here unloved. Suppose we can come back for it whenever. It turned to face us and flashed a grin. Alright, lads, let's get a move on. It ain't gonna be dark forever.
That hand-shaped plate is our only clue for now, muttered Magil, seemingly to himself.
And with that, we left the vault in search of the real frozen flame. I mean, it makes sense because you put your hand in there. Well, it makes sense to put a hand-shaped thing in there. Hi, Boris. How are you doing? So, I need to go downstairs, I believe. And then I need to go towards the atrium. That's where the statue was. Yeah, there we go. Like, yeah, exactly. I just want to go to Beardy. I don't want to go to weird bloody pool of piranhas. Sure enough, she pulled out her bundle of odds and ends. So I have to? Yeah, I mean, I'm going to pick a thing now. Specifically, the hand-shaped plate. I took the hand-shaped metal plate we'd found. After taking another look at the runes, I was no closer to working out what they might mean. Here goes nothing. I stuck the plate into the mouth of Truth's marble maw. As soon as I did so, its eyes rolled upward, and the wall gave a light judder. A low rumbling sound came from the sculpture's mouth.
This indeed is the ultimate truth of the universe.
Did you hear something? Yeah! I watched the mouth of Truth in confusion. Its great marble tongue lolled out, almost like a snake. It coiled around the plate, seizing it and pulling it deep inside. What's going on? In a panic, I looked to Magil for answers.
Seems this ineffable truth of the universe has left even the mouth of Truth tongue-tied.
Thanks, buddy. Magil answered in his usual deadpan manner. I think he might have even been trying to make a joke. Hang on, so that plate thingy revealed the truth of the universe? And you hadn't crammed it down Beardy's gullet? Do you realize how much we could have sold that for? Kid kicked the floor in frustration and snapped her fingers. And then, drains on all sides of the room suddenly opened wide. The red water formed eddies as it sank away. Helpless, the pteranodons were washed away with the current. Soon, only trickles of water were left, slowly dripping away. Well, that's a stroke of luck, ain't it? Guess we won't be sleeping with the fishes tonight, grinned Kid, looking at the empty pool. We crossed the drained room, making for the exit on the other side, and pressed on. Sweet. This is so cool. It's literally like choose your own adventure puzzle game. It also kind of reminds me of Clock Tower a little bit. Hi, Rio. How are you doing today? We went through the atrium and continued down the corridor before finding ourselves at a fork in the road. The corridor stretched off to the left and right. Left! Suddenly, Kid stopped in her tracks. Something's there. I quickly looked around to see what it was. There was nothing behind us or in front of us. Where could it be? And then, just as I was trying to figure it out, the wall began moving. A rectangular section opened up and swung around, revealing two enormous goblins clinging to the back. It was like something from one of those stories about assassins sneaking around in old castles. Well, time to fight. Probably. You goblins! Screamed Kid. They definitely look like goblins to me. Maybe a touch on the large side. There were 4 in total, the 2 in front of us and 2 that had appeared behind us, cutting off our path of escape. Magil rushed towards the 2 behind us. Meanwhile, Kid leapt at the 2 in front, holding her knife in both hands. I drew my knife and rushed to Kid's side.
Crash! The spiked ball of the goblin's morning star smashed into the ground, crushing the stone flooring. Kid nimbly leapt up into the air, evading the attack and landing on the goblin's exposed hand. She swung upward towards the goblin's head, plunging her knife into its left eye. Then she flipped backwards and stood ready for the next attack. That was Kid's style. Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. The next goblin charged in, swinging its morning star toward me. I'm gonna jump back because I don't think I'm as agile as Kid. I jumped back to keep my distance. For a moment, I thought about copying Kid's trick, but I didn't have the confidence to pull it off. I was better off keeping an eye on my enemy and doing things my own way, though I did wish I could fight like her. The goblin pulled the iron ball out of the floor and came at me, swinging it overhead. I'm gonna throw my knife, because that sounds fun. I threw my knife at the goblin's face! There was a squelch as it sank into the creature's right eye. I took the opportunity to slip by, grabbing its mace as I passed it. It turned, and I heaved the heavy weapon right at its face. Yeah! Success. You're doing good, Rio. I'm glad to hear that. I hope you're getting some of the rest. My night's going well, thank you. Hi, Hyperviolets. Hi, Trop. This is really good. I don't know whether you should play Chrono Cross first or this first, but it's so good. There was a horrible crunch and another squelch as the mace shattered the goblin's skull and buried itself deeper within. I looked away as the creature collapsed to the floor. I realized then that everything was quiet and the fighting had ended. That must have been the last goblin. Yay! I murdered it. Oh, I think Belle is trying to direct your attention to Big Kerbo. Big Kerbo! Big Kerbo! It's Big Kerbo. Wide Gordo Big Kerbo. I got my Bug Knight too. Wait a second, what's that? Oh my fucking god, you made that an emote, Trop? Why did you do that? Why? Why? I hate this so much, but I also really like it. Oh wow, that's a thing now. Well, time to scare everyone. Wait a second, what's that? There was a leather bag on the ground containing some recently cooked meat. Lucky me, I bit into the meat without a moment's hesitation. We're not very smart. But I guess at least I got some food. Busted! We didn't share. Phew! I'd taken a few knocks, but I was alright. A scrape or two wouldn't stop me. Okay, cool. So we're still doing moderately okay. Hi, Doomswake. Why? Cause I don't remember the context. Oh, it was, we were talking about art, and Battery mentioned that he had been painting, and he had tried to paint human, and it was a mistake because it was really difficult. And I was like, yeah, drawing humans is hard. And then Trop literally stopped playing Castlevania and brought up MS Paint, and he's like, no, it's not. See, watch. And he drew that in, like, I don't know, less than 5 minutes. And it turned out to kind of look like Charlie Brown. And I was like, wow, that's terrifying. I love it. That is so fucking cursed. And now I guess it's an emote. We continued down the corridor, eventually reaching an old, rather sturdy-looking door. Bloody marvelous! Another bloody door with a bloody magic barrier on it! Wonder what's inside. Oh, wait, that's still her. Wonder what's inside. Me sixth sense tells me it ain't treasure. Kid whispered back to us as she examined the door.
I suspect that this is the manor's dungeon, replied Magil, his eyes closed in concentration. I can hear the sound of someone moaning in the darkness on the other side. But there is nothing we can do, and thus it is of little concern to us now. Let us turn back.
With no way of getting through the door, we retraced our steps down the corridor. Okay. Alright, I guess we will continue straight on. We continued down the dark, dank corridor until some new stairs leading downward finally came into view.
Reverse uppy, let's go!
Slowly, we crept down the staircase, descending deeper into the shadows as we went. At the bottom, we found ourselves at another intersection. The dim, narrow passageway branched left and right. Left! Always go left. We continued on down the corridor until it ended at a large door covered in scratches and other odd marks. Above the door was a wooden plate. It bore the legend "Guard Room" in elaborate calligraphy. Well, reckon this might be where to find the key to the door upstairs. No getting past that bloody magic barrier without it. Kid pressed an ear against the door and listened carefully. Doesn't sound like anyone's in there, she whispered. I mean, yeah, we did kind of murder the elite guards, so we're probably fine. Kid opened the door. The room had seemed completely silent from the outside, and so we thought it would be empty, but there inside was a lone goblin. It was sitting in a chair with a book in its hand. A light steam drifted from the teacup on the table in front of it, and with it, a delicate aroma. It's a cute goblin drinking some tea? The goblin peered at us curiously over its spectacles. There was something different about this one. I could tell as much at a glance.
Heavens, how rare it is to have guests!
Heavens, how well spoken for a goblin.
I could only feel dread and suspicion at the sight of him nonetheless. Sorry, mate, but we're not your guests. Cough up the key to the dungeon if you want to live. Kid slammed her knife into the table to illustrate her point, but the goblin didn't so much as flinch.
Oh, you must be Kid. What a pleasure this is. I've always so wanted to meet you. Why, you're even more ravishing than the rumors would.
Before the goblin could finish, Kid's knife flew through the air. With a quick flick of his wrist, the goblin caught the blade with the back of his book, a mere inch from his face.
I see that your approach is as radical as the name of your merry band would suggest.
Hey! Hi, Bloodstolen, how are you doing? Ooh, nice, Freya! Yo, that's awesome! The goblin pulled the knife free and handed it back to Kid. She took it without a word. But her gaze had changed. She was like a cat, cautiously studying its prey. And I was just getting to the good part, too. Ah, well, I suppose I'll have to give up after finishing it now. Oh, wait, that was the goblin talking about the book. My bad. The goblin casually flung the book over his shoulder and into a nearby bin.
Allow me to introduce myself, if I may. I am Grismeld, and I am the guard on watch. No need to stand. Please do take a seat. You're welcome to tea, of course.
The goblin beckoned us to sit down. Did he mean to poison us?
If I may.
Magil calmly took a seat, ignoring the obvious suspicion in the air. Sure, I'll have a seat next to Magil. He had some kind of plan in mind. I was sure of it. Kid didn't look like she'd be pulling up a chair anytime soon. She was standing with her arms crossed, eyeing the goblin suspiciously. The goblin poured 3 cups of tea. Here you are. Without the slightest hint of hesitation, Magil took his teacup and lifted it to his lips. He sipped, then placed the cup back on its saucer.
Himalayan tea? Not a blend I'd expect to find here.
What a pleasure to encounter a fellow connoisseur. Yes, it's a rare blend and one mainly enjoyed by the noble classes.
I couldn't believe the conversation I was hearing, but I also couldn't help wondering what this rare tea might taste like. My eyes rested on the cup that had been poured for me. I couldn't shake the fear that it might be poisoned, but I also couldn't ignore how delicious it smelt. Before I knew it, the cup was in my hands. "This is great!" I blurted out. I'd never had such a delicious brew in my entire life. My aches and pains faded away. Yay! Yay for healing. I glanced over at Kid, who was blowing manically at the liquid in her cup. I'd forgotten she was paranoid about burning her mouth on things. Funny how your childhood home burning to the ground will do something like that. I mean, what?
Now that we're comfortable, let's get down to brass tacks, as they say. I do indeed have the key to the dungeon, as you surmised, but you will also be aware that I cannot simply give it away.
I glanced over to Kid again. Typical. She wasn't listening to a word Grismeld was saying. She was still huffing and puffing at her tea. It seemed it would be up to me to respond. "I suppose that means you want something in return." "You'd like to know what I want."
I want your heads.
Or rather, I'm sure that's what my employer would have me say, but no, I have no such barbarous aspirations. Furthermore, I doubt I'd be a match for you. I like how we could have tried to quickly pull out our knife, but then he actually, continued on. That was cool. I also have cat's tongue, Techie. My tongue is very sensitive to heat. So that's why it's hard for me to drink hot coffee. It's why I put a lot of creamer in mine. Grismeld chuckled as he said this.
What I live for is the joy of conversation, which I fear my compatriots are ill-equipped to supply. Perhaps you might have one or two ripping yarns to share?
Grinning, he added.
I'm sure notorious thieves such as yourself must have more than a few thrilling tales up your sleeves.
So we wanted to hear a story. That seemed a more than fair price to pay for the key. I closed my eyes and thought, aha! I know just the story. How did it begin? One night, a young girl was walking alone in the forest. Then, she was searching for a golden sunflower, the only way to cure her sick mother's illness. Then, she walked and walked, but the sunflower was nowhere to be found. The fragments I remembered seemed about right. There was only one way the story could end. I took a breath and began my tale. One night, a young girl was walking alone in the forest. She was searching for a golden sunflower, the only way to cure her sick mother's illness. She walked and walked, but the sunflower was nowhere to be found. And then, in her moment of darkest despair, she saw a brilliant light. It was none other than the golden sunflower she sought. The young girl gratefully pocketed the sunflower seeds. These will surely save my mother, she thought. She rushed home to give them to her, and her dear mother was hale and hearty once more within days, and they all lived happily ever after. Yeah, it was beautiful, murmured Kid, wiping a tear from her eye. Grismeld frowned.
Not quite what I was expecting, and not the most riveting of tales, but I suppose it will do. The key, as promised.
I took it from Grismeld's hand. Something didn't seem right, though. Was he really going to give it up so easily? Was it really alright to trust such a strange goblin? Grismeld seemed to notice my suspicion. He leaned back into his chair, looking at the ceiling.
When I was a young tyro, a braver, stupider goblin, I once served General Viper, who was the lord of this manor until his betrayal by Lord Lynx. Despite my boorishness, Lady Riddell always saw something in me worthy of praise.
Wait, Riddell? What's Lynx's adopted daughter got to do with anything?
Oh, you didn't know? Riddell's real father was none other than General Viper himself.
What?
Lord Lynx spared Lady Riddell's life so as to not snuff out that of the frozen flame. It's an uncanny stone, you see, has a life of its own and some kind of spiritual bond with Lady Riddell. Only there was some way I could free milady from this manor. Alas, I alone am powerless to do any such thing. Of course, I would have no qualms if, say, you were to topple the usurper. I assume you intend to. Slay the old beast, I mean.
It was a strange inquiry to make so casually. I mean, yeah, if it comes to it, I'm definitely gonna stab Lynx in the face. Hi, Rockstar, how are you doing? I'm certainly enthralled, Belle. I hope y'all are enjoying Radical Dreamers even half as much as I am. I was more than a little taken aback by the directness of Griswold's question. I'd never expected to find one of Lynx's own guards asking me something like that. Suddenly, I was shoved aside. Not if it comes to it. We're gonna kill him tonight, and kill him good! It was Kid, of course. And in exchange, I'll have some more of that tea to take with us. Kid held out her hand before Griswold could offer an answer. I suppose I have a bag I can share? Griswold shuffled awkwardly in his seat as he retrieved it. As ever, I was impressed at how Kid's uncompromising attitude and willingness to speak her mind seemed to always get her what she wanted. Bonza, sit tight and leave the rest to us, mate. Stowing the bag in her pocket, Kid took the job. You can trust me. I'm a girl of me word. That might have been the biggest lie she'd ever told. Right, let's get moving. She made for the door with a spring in her step. We left the room and Griswold behind. So many directions to go. You're enjoying how it's like story time but with action sequences. Yeah. Also, time has been flying by as I have been reading through all of this. So I just realized it's been over 3 hours. And I haven't taken a stream break yet. So I should probably do that. Yeah, so I'm gonna get up and stretch my legs, get a snack. I'm definitely gonna get probably some water. I'm gonna need more water for this because it's literally just like reading out a choose your own adventure book, which is really cool, and I'm liking it, and I hope that y'all are too. Thank you for hanging out so far for Radical Dreamers and for P.O. Box stuff earlier. Don't go too far, or if you do, just come back because there will be more video games. Alrighty, y'all. I am back. Thank you so much for waiting.
Hi.
I took a break and I was talking to Angry Trees and I ate a snack. I had a snack and it was delicious. And I'm ready to play more Radical Dreamers. Also, have a good night, Tempest. Thank you for joining us. You rest well. Who's ready for more story time? I forgot what we were doing. We got the key, I think? I wanted to press on though and see what was further down this way. There's a small door. Get a whiff of that! Something smells good! Sure, I wanna go inside. It's probably a kitchen. Yep, it's a kitchen. Blimey, this is a small kitchen. Must be for the servants, commented Magel. I scanned our surroundings. A basin for washing dishes, cooking utensils, and food made ready for tomorrow, and a mousetrap. It looked like any other commoner's kitchen. Kid walked over to a large pot filled with food and peered inside. I will respectfully decline trying that because I have no clue what's in it. I made my excuses as politely as I could. Kid clicked her tongue in disappointment. Alright then, you want some back? No. Oh, fine, well, if you're afraid to try it, I ain't touching it either, she said, turning her back on the pot. Suddenly, a little voice rang out. You there, the young man with the braid. Kid froze. Oi! Who you calling a bloke? Kid barked angrily in the direction the voice was coming from. A mouse was looking at us with eyes like saucers. From the inside of a mousetrap hanging from the wall in the corner of a room. Are you serious? I'm sorry, are you telling me this mouse talks? This is a talking mouse.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're a young lady, I see.
The mouse bowed its head in apology.
Please, kind young lady, you must hear me out.
The mouse put its paws together and stared pleadingly at Kid.
I left the nest to find food for my mother, but as you can see, I managed to get myself caught in a trap. If you leave me here, I will surely be eaten by goblins.
Kid eyed the little creature suspiciously.
I beg of you, please free me from this trap. My mother is sick and she'll be terribly worried about what has become of me.
The mouse was clearly begging for its life, but there was also an odd little glint in its eye. Kid shrugged and sighed. Fine, guess we can't just leave you to rot. Hold still, let's get you out of there. She lifted the trap down onto the floor and opened the door. The mouse bounded happily out from inside. The mouse gave a wicked chuckle.
You poor naive fool!
Suddenly its body began to balloon out massively in size! Oh no. Look at me, a griffin! Wait. Huh? I'm sorry, did a mouse just turn into a griffin? Also, it blinks! It blinks. The enormous creature stared balefully down at us.
Idiot humans! My mother's not sick, but yours will be when she sees what I've done to you!
You dirty little swine! And after all I've done for you! Kid's face was red with anger. The griffin gave an almighty cry and leapt right at us. Its razor-sharp talons sliced through the air, raking down toward me. I'm gonna backstep. Caught off guard, I tried my best to dodge the attack, but the blow never came, as the griffin suddenly lost its balance and came crashing to the ground.
Oh, bother! I'm too hungry to even fight properly!
What on earth? I breathed a sigh of relief, running a hand down my chest. All right, little mouse, now it's time for the real show to begin. Kid walked up to the griffin, cracking her knuckles.
Please, kindly, young lady, this is all a misunderstanding, a terrible misunderstanding!
Panicking, the creature leapt to its feet.
You can't kill me. I have useful information. If you let me go, I promise I'll tell you everything I know. Everything.
Yeah? I know how much a promise from the likes of you is worth. Kid took another step toward the griffin, not skipping a beat.
Please.
Kid kept on coming. The griffin kept on shrinking away. Enough. Magil called for Kid to stop. Let's hear it. I have no idea, Talons. That was my question. How does a mouse transform into a griffin? That's some serious magic. AOD Talents TV. Hi, how are you doing today?
Oh, thank you, kind sir.
The griffin was beside itself with relief. Huh. Spoil my fun, why don't ya? Grumbled Kid, pouting as she turned away.
Listen well, oh merciful savior. Right, thrice, left, twice, right, twice. Should you find yourself trapped in one of Lynx's swirling snares, remember my words.
Well, time to, time to take a picture of that. Got it. With that, the griffin returned to its mouse-like form and disappeared into a small hole in the wall. Trapped in Lynx's snares! Huh! As if I'd be thick enough to walk into one of his traps! Let's get out of here. We've wasted enough time already. Kid turned on her heel and made for the door. We left the kitchen. Well, I feel like suddenly I'm really glad. I'm really glad that I went to the kitchens, because I feel like that's going to come up soon. Yep, I don't have to remember. I have a camera. Okay, so let's go towards the cell. Because we have the key now. Right, the key we got from that creepy old goblin should do the trick. Kid slipped the key into the lock. The heavy door groaned slightly as it slowly swung open. Clammy air rose up around our feet, as if crawling blindly through the darkness. This didn't seem like the kind of place anyone in their right mind would visit voluntarily. Hey! These are sound effects from Chrono Trigger. We pushed the heavy iron door the rest of the way open and stepped into the darkness. There was a row of cells, all locked behind iron bars. 1, 2.
Oh, Gulliver, Melgin, Zoranda, forgive me, please. Please forgive me.
We heard a voice from the third cell, whimpering and crying pathetically. I strained my eyes to look inside.
Who is it?
Yeah, where's North Beckler? Once I complete this, will I be playing Chrono Cross again? I might be. I was very seriously considering it. Hi, Storaloff. Nope. Actually, the Chrono Cross remaster just came out, and it's $20, and it also comes with Radical Dreamers, finally officially translated. Faintly, in the darkness, I could see something that looked like a man sitting on the floor. So this was the source of the voice. Oi! You alright, mate? Kid called out to the figure.
Forgive me. It's all my fault. It's my fault. The dragoons never deserved this. General, Lady Riddell, oh, forgive me, I beg of you.
The old man didn't seem to respond to us at all. He only sat facing the wall, begging forgiveness for who knew what. Hello? Can you hear me? Asked Kid, trying again. There'll be no getting through to him. His real self will have long since retreated inside the shell he has created, said Magil, cutting her off. Shell? What do you mean?
He has built a shell around the core of his psyche in order to shield himself from the truth. He is running from something. Something terrible. He has seen something, or been through something, or has done something. And so he has created his own world on the inside as a final refuge, the outside world lost to him forevermore. I looked at Magil in surprise. I detected a hint of unspoken sadness in his words, and for some reason, he was looking at Kid.
Thank you. Let's go.
Watching over her as she stared at the man in the cell. Seeming to notice my gaze, Magil turned back to face me, assuming his usual emotionless expression once more.
Hey, Blowfire. Yep, this is what it's like to have a radical dream. How are you doing today? And you'd be down to watch that, Barry. I may very well start up another playthrough. I wasn't sure whenever I booted up Radical Dreamers whether or not I wanted to replay Chrono Cross yet. But I'm starting to become more and more interested in it.
We live in a world of sorrow and foolishness. It's only inevitable that some will try to escape it. But despite his hard words, his
Thanks
eyes
for the
retained a
250. Fucking nerd.
Radical dreamer? I barely know her.
His eyes retained a certain thanks for the 250, you fucking nerd. Thank you so much for the 250 bits. Hi, how are you doing today? That was beautiful timing. I don't know how you did that. Yo, no, more Chrono Cross. Whatever shall we do? The horror! The horror. The horror.
But despite his hard words, his eyes retained a certain softness, his steely gaze giving way to a gentle light. Do you understand?
I think so. He gave a slightly evasive answer.
You seem confused. I don't blame you. You'll come to understand eventually. Magil looked at me and Kid.
What was all that about, I wondered? We're not gonna get much out of him. He's miles away. Let's just leave him be and try someplace else. Kid made for the door of the dungeon.
Wait, called Magil. We must find some way to get this man to speak.
What for? I mean, he's speaking already. Just none of it makes sense. What are you after?
Some things he said piqued my curiosity. He mentioned the dragoons, and Riddell, too.
So, you said the dragoons are ancient history, snapped Kid. Besides, how can we trust anything he says? He's clearly gone off his rocker. She had a point. The old man had long since cut his ties to the real world. What did Magil expect him to say? I don't know, that's a good question. Oh no, you might have to watch me play Chrono Cross again while you play Chrono Cross again. How terribly cruel, right? I do still have my old Chrono Cross save, but I feel like I don't know. I would probably just play it through in the remastered version so that I could basically answer questions for everyone on whether or not it's any good. Yeah, there are also a lot of different ways to play through Chrono Cross, and I know for sure that there are a bunch of characters I never unlocked. Without missing a beat, Magil replied,
We simply have to bring him back to reality.
How are we gonna do that? You want me to do a little dance for him or something? See if that gets his motor going? Please don't do that. The words were out of my mouth before I could stop him. What are you saying? Her eyes narrowed threateningly. You don't think anyone would want to see me dance, is that it? What? No, I completely the opposite. In fact, actually, ignore me.
No, this should be good. Enlighten me, why don't ya?
He's right, it won't work.
And just like that, Kid's fist was flying towards Magil's face instead of mine. He dodged the blow with ease and carried on as if nothing had happened.
We must break through the shell he has created and drag him back to the real world. And in order to do that, we'll need some kind of key. Something that will reach him even through the barrier he's erected.
Yeah, and where are we gonna find this key? Asked Kid suspiciously.
I don't know,
Came Magil's simple reply.
but there's someone in this manor who can tell us.
You don't mean... You're not talking about Riddell, are you?
I am,
Magil replied with a nod. Alright, fine. Don't know what the heck you expected to tell us, though. Kid turned on her heel and made for the door. We left the gibbering old man in the dungeon, alone with his sorrow. I followed Kid and Magil back out into the corridor. Yeah, I don't think time's really a concern. And for the most part, since I've played the game before, I can at least know how to, if I want to, avoid the paths that I picked before to pick different ones. I can, you know? Although, full admit, I don't think it's possible for me to not go with Guile. And what about Glamrock Guy? Like... Alright, let's go back to the atrium. Continue along the path ahead. Boo-doo-doo, boo-doo-doo, boo-doo-doo. Oh, you went with Pierre this time? That was the other one that I thought about choosing. Seems there's only way to solve that problem. Bitwater? Oh my god. I just realized that I hadn't saved this whole time. I didn't even realize that there was a button to save. I did not pay attention to that. How did I get to that? Was that Y? Yeah, okay. Apparently the button to save is Y on a controller. You went with Nikki, you wanted Bard vibes. I mean... we could start with the 3. You're gonna have to write a new Bitwar app. I mean, we could. I guess we could do a Bitwar Chrono Cross for at least, like, the major branching points. That wouldn't be as wild. I'm trying to remember how far into the game that choice is. Like, I don't feel like it's super far in. I mean, Cody, I could also just literally put up some text and you wouldn't have to worry about it. I could just put up some text and keep track of it too. It's not a big deal. Okay, let's go inside of Riddell's room. Both are in the first 25%. Yeah. We found ourselves in a tidy, welcoming room. Mm-hmm. Is someone there? Came the voice of a young woman. We shrank into the shadows. Bum bum bum. The woman appeared from deeper within the room. She was lightly made up and had a gentle, unthreatening air about her. It was Lynx's daughter. Strange. I'm sure I heard someone. You did! But you not make a hella interactive experience for not only one of your favorite RPGs, but the reason you're part of this community? I mean, if that's something you want to do, then I will not say no. But I meant, if that's like a lot of work all of a sudden to do, with no real prior planning, I can also totally just do text because I don't want to put too much on your plate. I was at a loss as to what to do for a moment, but before I'd had time to do much more than hold my breath, Kid had already darted over and thrust her knife out, stopping the blade only a hair's breadth from the woman's neck. Can we please not threaten Liddell? Boss, too tired, still brain on it tomorrow. Yeah, just let me know. There's literally zero pressure at all. Where's the frozen flame? Answer me! I definitely said the frozen frame. Good job, me. Her voice came out in a harsh growl. I rushed in to hold Kid back before she hurt the poor woman. Kid, do we really have to do it this way? Shut your trap, Serge! Riddell couldn't help but giggle as she watched us bickering. You will admit the first thing you did in Chrono Cross when you reached it this time was sit there on the another world map and just vibe to the overworld theme. Understandable, it's a really good theme. What are you laughing at? Kid shot Riddell a harsh look. It's just, you don't seem like thieves at all. You want me to cut you, girl? I'd be surprised if that knife could cut anything. For a moment, I felt faint imagining Riddell on the floor covered in blood. But then, clang! Kid had thrown her knife to the floor, and I saw that it was only a letter opener. Huh! Didn't think you'd noticed. Whatever. I'm not here to mess around killing the likes of you anyway. I have no desire for bloodshed either, said Riddell in a voice that was almost a whisper. I'm not your enemy. In fact, I want to help you. There wasn't a hint of hesitation or deception in her voice. Let me guess. You're trapped in the manor too? Riddell only lowered her eyes sadly in response to Kid's question. The frozen flame should never have been allowed to fall into Lynx's hands. Riddell spoke quietly, but deep emotion clearly underpinned her words. The flame was once the property of an ancient kingdom to the north, who kept it for generations. It was said to have the uncanny power to guide people and change history itself. After the kingdom fell, the flame changed hands countless times, until eventually it came into my father's possession. That was before I was born. Sometime later, Lynx became aware of the flame's true value and approached my father under false pretenses of friendship. Not a soul suspected what his true intentions were. And then, on that horrible day, he destroyed everything. He killed everything. Riddell shook her head, then buried her face in her hands. I don't care about the frozen flame. I don't care about that stupid accursed stone. It means nothing to me. I just want to take it away from Lynx and smash it to pieces right in front of him. And only we can make that happen. Riddell looked up with surprise as Magil spoke. No one else in the world can seize that jewel from Lynx. Riddell stared speechlessly, and then, in a low voice, she whispered, What can I do to help you? There's a survivor of the Acacia Dragoons in the dungeon who we want to help. And if we're to help him, we need your help, said Magil, taking a step forward. What?
That man is a traitor! It's because of him that Saranda... Please. It's the only way. Riddell turned her back to us and hung her head low. The Chamber of Death. There might be something to bring him back to his senses there. After all, it was there that he chose to abandon his pride, his life.
The Chamber of Death? Sounds fun! What is it?
Asked Kid. Yeah, the Chamber of Death sounds fun.
Kinda talky.
Yeah, Radical Dreamers is a visual novel. It plays kind of like a choose-your-own-adventure book.
A place of torture. A place of pain and suffering. A place designed by lynx to crush the spirit and the body both. She shivered involuntarily, as if a chill wind had blown through the room. She told us that the room was cursed. That the blood and tears shed there were transformed by its evil, warped into an all-consuming envy of the living. It's a place that feeds on fear and suffering.
It'll take more than a creepy story to scare off a master thief like me.
No, you mustn't rush in there blindly. You will need to take the Einlancer with you. It's a sacred sword said to have been forged by an ancient sage and a sister blade to the crimson, cursed Masamune. The timeless blessings of the Einlancer will surely keep you safe from the Chamber of Death's wickedness. It used to be such a sight to see it in the hands of Saranda. It danced like the wind, shone like the stars, and struck like lightning. Lost again in the memories of fonder times, Riddell once more bowed her head. Forgive me, I have little more to tell you. You've told us more than enough. We'll take our leave now, said Magil, turning and making for the door. I wish I had the strength to change things like you do, whispered Riddell, biting her lip. Kit hesitated for a moment, seemingly deep in thought.
It ain't about strength. It's about having a purpose. Something to fight for.
I'll be praying for you.
Kid shot Riddell a look over his shoulder.
Great! Maybe you can cross your fingers, too.
We left the room. So we did find that big mysterious sword that Magil told us to put down. Left. Yeah, we need to go back up to the clock tower.
Hi! I love you, angry trees! Have a good night at Chris Store. Thank you for joining us. You rest well.
Let's see. Terrace, I think? Yeah, we want to go into the clock tower.
Hi, Ollie.
Because that's where we found that cool sword.
There it is! Our ticket to not getting turned into mincemeat!
The ancient sword was right where Kid had left it after pulling it out from the pile of junk. She ran over to where it lay. Looking down at the sword, Magil muttered,
2 ancient blades, the sacred Einlancer, and the cursed Masamune.
What do you want about, Mom? You know something about this, Master Moone?
Magil said nothing. No, I definitely don't have, any relation to a certain frog carrying around the Masamune at all.
Well, it seems to mean something to ya.
It does.
Uh-huh. Something to do with old friends I don't know about.
Not exactly.
An enemy then?
Not exactly.
You're being weird, Mag. Oh, whatever. Boy, numbnuts. Grab this thing for me, will ya?
I was still standing by the doorway when Ked called over to me. Cool. Also, I appreciate the fact that this is a timeline assuming that you didn't kill Magus.
Who, me? Yeah, you. Or were you gonna make me lug the bloody thing around the place? I'm just a scrawny little girl, ain't I? Call yourself a gentleman?
My jaw drops. I knew there wasn't anything I could say to her. Silently, I walked over to Kid and picked up the sword like I was told. Whoa! I nearly fell over. That thing was heavy.
Good boy. Right, off to the chamber of death. Eyes on the prize, lads.
Dragging the sword behind me, I followed Kid out of the room. I don't know where this chamber of death is, though. I actually don't know if I went up this way before. It was dark, and the stairwell was narrow. We watched our footing carefully as we climbed. The stone of the steps was worn smooth with age, and I lost count of how many there were as we spiraled onward and upward. An awful sense of foreboding haunted me. I had no idea why, but it felt as though we were marching to the gallows. Yeah, I think it's safe to say this is the right direction. Hi, Dream Pop. How are you doing today? Yep, Surge is not super bright, but that's okay. We still love him. Have a good night, Belle. Thank you for joining us. You rest well. When we arrived at the top of the stairs, we were greeted by an old, heavy door looming in the silence. All was deathly silent, and the still, clammy air added to the sense of ominous apprehension. Something's very wrong here, I muttered without thinking. I hear cursed whispers from beyond the door, Magil added, doing nothing to lift the mood.
Aw, grow up, will ya?
Kid shot back at us derisively. She was already examining the door.
Well, it ain't locked, and I don't hear anyone inside.
Well, I'm gonna save. Now that I know how to save, I'm saving. Let's go inside. What? Why is there a plus symbol now? What? Why is there a plus symbol now? Stop that. It was a small, cylindrical room that appeared to be the inside of one of the stone towers. It was completely deserted, and there were no windows. What's this supposed to be? Something about this place gives me the creeps. Still standing in the doorway, Kid seemed suddenly taken aback. Bearing in mind what Riddell had told us the room was called, it definitely wasn't somewhere we wanted to linger. What were we even looking for, though? What could the old man have left in this room that would help us bring him back to reality? The flagstones were covered in dozens of narrow scratches, and in places there were thick black stains. Something in the stains spoke of a horror that no amount of scrubbing would ever wash away. A malice and a sadness beyond imagining. There's something written here. Crouching in front of a wall, Magil was inspecting some brownish markings that looked like more of the same stains. Someone's carved letters into the wall and scrambled them using blood magic. Kid had gone over to take a look. Looks pretty old. Hard to read, too. Some of it's been worn away. Let's see. I cannot hold out much longer. My only hope now is to leave the Acacian signet in this room. The Acacian signet? Suddenly, the door slammed shut. We jumped to our feet with a start. From above us, we heard an unsettling creaking sound. The walls and floor began to tremble. What the hell's going on? Kid's eyes darted around the room, desperately trying to find out what was happening. The creaking sound from above continued, and the ceiling moved ominously closer. Who had ceiling covered in spikes for their bingo card? Up there! Congratulations, you're a winner! I have that giant sword, though. Don't look now, but I reckon we're about to find out why they call this the Chamber of Death. for? The ceiling sank lower and lower. We ducked our heads, desperately trying to avoid the blades that jutted out from the bottom. Kid looked at me and screamed, "The sword! Use the Einlanzer!" What? How do you use a sword? Oh my god, what the frick? I plunged the sword into the... Oh. Oh. Oh, I didn't... Oh, I need to be faster. I drove the sword into the floor though, because, like, putting it into the ceiling seems like a dumb idea. A shock ran through the room. Beams of light scattered from the blade, covering the floor and walls, and then racing upward. The ceiling gave an almighty judder, then stopped. We made it! I sank to the floor helplessly, my heart racing. Hey, what's that? Kid was pointing at part of the wall. It was where we'd seen the message written in blood. Yes, we found what we were looking for. Part of the wall had collapsed, revealing a cavity behind what had looked like a piece of solid stone. Inside, I could see something glinting faintly in the darkness. Kid reached in with her fingertips, carefully extracting whatever it was from within. It was a slender ring with a delicately engraved design that looked like overlapping ferns. The ring was adorned with several small rubies and a pattern that resembled a bunch of grapes. Crest of Acacia! This must be an Acacian signet! Kid put the ring on her middle finger where it sat uneasily. It didn't seem to be her size. The rubies gave off an eerie glint. Hi, Anthony. I'm doing good. How are you? Right, let's not spend any more time in here than we have to. We'd managed to foil the trap and retrieve the Acacian signet. I left the Einlanzer where it stood, and we exited the room. Okay, well, I have the thing. Oh, as we made our way through the silence of the corridor, something cold landed on me from above. I put my hand up to my hair and felt a quease-inducing sliminess. Oh no, slugs! Ew! I lifted my head toward where it had come from, and a mass of the disgusting creatures hit me full in the face. Ugh! As fast as I could brush them off, more of them landed on me and around me. It was literally raining slugs. Before I knew it, they began to pile up wetly around my feet. They crawled all over me, and I flailed and flapped as I tried to shake them loose. Quickly, back the way we came! But as we turned, we saw that the entire corridor was a wreathing mass of the creatures. It's like the floor's made of them! A shiver of revulsion ran down my spine. I ain't trampling over that little carpet of gross! Kid shook her head violently, clearly far from amused. But the more we stood there wondering what to do, the more they kept piling up. I mean, we're gonna have to charge through them, I guess. I threw caution to the wind and myself down the teeming corridor. Let the Naruto run. Right, that is it. Well, I ain't staying here on my own. Kid was clearly at a loss as to what to do, and she soon barreled after me. Slugs rained down around our ears as we ran, and oh, how we ran. We hammered along as if our lives depended on it. And as we went, the oozing juices of the slugs we trampled sprayed and splattered all over us. Our feet were soon soaked with the stuff. Whoa! My foot slipped and Kid smashed into me from behind. The two of us went flying and landed on the floor in a heap. Damn your clumsy ass, Surge! She grimaced at me through a mask of slug ooze. I tried to stand, but they just kept on falling. The slug storm had just developed into a deluge. We were on the verge of giving up. It was almost more than either of us could take. They were up to our knees now, and we were wading through them, desperately trying to make some headway. We didn't dare talk for fear of them falling into our mouths. And as if we didn't have enough problems already, a single, solid mass of slug matter suddenly reared up ahead of us. Oh, wait, it's people-shaped! And sure enough, a humanoid form had emerged, clutching what looked like an enormous scythe. A scythe which came hurtling towards me! Nope, going to the side. The monster's scythe whooshed through the air toward me. I kept my body low and dodged to avoid the attack. I was alright!
It only grazed my clothes, but I still had to be on my guard. A demon? A bloody demon! Spat Kid. So all that creepy stuff was an illusion? The slugs disappeared like smoke, but the demon was still there. It readied its scythe again and began inching towards us. What was I going to do? I'm going for it with my knife. I made a dash to one side of it, lifting my dagger as I went. It tore through the creature's paper-thin skin, but it was only a flesh wound. Bloody thing's laughing at us! And it was, too, chuckling maniacally in a way that made me deeply uneasy. I raised my knife again and prepared myself for the worst. My eyes met the demons, and it was then that I saw it. There was a twinkle behind them. I couldn't tear my gaze away. Its chuckle grew to a belly laugh as it peered into the very depths of my soul. And then, just like that, it had muttered a few words and melted into the shadows. Where seconds before it had towered over us, now not a trace of it remained. What was that all about? Why would it just disappear mid-fight? Guess it had some other place to be. Kid gave a shrug, doing her best to at least feign indifference. But I couldn't shake the sense of unease that had filled me, and peered uneasily at the darkness into which the vile creature had disappeared. Oh, goody.
Thank you.
I hate it. So, let's see. We want to go... I forgot where... Oh, no. I forgot where the prison was. I think it was past the atrium, I think. So we need to go downstairs. Ooh, nice, Pudding! Congrats on taking your first dungeon in 14. Also, I'm extra unnerved about the fact that there is, like, a statue of a demon here. And I'm like, well, I can't do anything about it. And I'm really uncomfortable. This whole mansion's making me super uncomfortable. I'd like to leave forever. Let's go to the dungeon. Maybe I can talk this old guy into telling me things. I don't know. Go on inside. Having retrieved the Acastian signet, we returned to the old man's cell. As soon as we got there, Magil took a step forward and grabbed onto the bars. They creaked and groaned as he heaved at them, gritting his teeth as he summoned every ounce of his might. Slowly, they bowed apart. He stepped into the cell through the gap, and Kid and I followed. The old man was exactly as we left him, staring into space and muttering meaningless words. Kid walked over to him and crouched down. She grabbed him. I think they just meant she grabbed him by the collar and yelled at him, "Wakey, wakey, Granddad! We got a few questions for you. Here, get a knife full of this. Ring any bells, hmm?" Kid waved the Acastian signet in his face, shaking him roughly all the while. The old man's head lulled as he limply allowed himself to be manhandled. Oh, for heck's sake. I tried to get between Kid and the old man. She glared at me. "You're in the way, Serge. We're here for answers, remember? But if you really want to help him, you can't chicken out now." But look at him. There's no helping him anymore, surely? This whole ended for him long ago. I would not be so certain. This is not over. It still means something. He has simply decided to pretend not to see it. Yeah, but he's...
It's not over, you say?
Struck by the man's sudden interruption, we all turned to look at him. A faint glimmer of light had returned to his once vacant eyes.
That's right. None of this is over until we make Lynx pay. His eyes began to cloud once more. So my former allies have finally come for me. I am to blame. It is because of my indiscretion that the frozen flame was stolen, and that all of the Acastian dragoons, only I remain here in the manor. But now all is well, for you have returned. Oh, Melgid, Zaranda, where have you been all this time? Did you all return to Lake Stoic?
Never mind all that, Grandad. Where's the frozen flame? Give us a clue. Anything. Come on, out with it.
I couldn't decide if Kid sounded more annoyed or more desperate.
Frozen flame.
The old man looked momentarily confused, and then a wan smile crossed his face.
My word, Lady Riddell, it has been far too long since I last had the pleasure. Why, you need only turn the third candlestick from the left as you enter the main hall. That will open the underground vault, as you know.
Oh, okay, well I'm gonna take a picture of that in case, you know, the game is like, hey, do you remember what this old guy said? And I'll be like, no, I don't. Oh, actually, the visual novel came out before Chrono Cross, Nataki. It came out in, like, 96, but it was only in Japan and, like, on some weird subscription service thing that you had to have. And then, the people that went on to make Chrono Cross were inspired by Radical Dreamers to make Chrono Cross. Kid wrapped her arms around the old man and held him tight. And then, in a trembling voice, she whispered, I'm sorry. I promise we'll get it back. The man recoiled in horror and then began to sob once more.
I am to blame. It's all my fault. Forgive me. Forgive me.
Look, if you want to get out of here, now's your chance. But it was no use. He was too busy cowering and wailing to hear me. We're done here, Serge. We can't help him, and there's things we need to be doing. Thank you, I whispered to the old man, before following Kid and Magil out of the dungeon. After making our way down the dark corridor, we came to a branch of the path. I'm gonna save again. Okay, so we need to go to the main hall now, right? That's what that said. Yeah. Okay, let's go to the stairs. Let's go to the main hall. Let's go inside. Oh, I never try to give anyone an accurate accent for anything, Nataki. I always tell people, please do not take any of the voices that I do as a serious representation of literally anyone in the real world whatsoever. I was trying to literally remember the voice that I gave Kid 3 years ago in my Chrono Cross playthrough, which was basically a really garbage tier Aussie accent. Don't worry about it. Okay, we have the heavy silence. That candlestick from the left. Yeah, that is... third okay, well that's good. I didn't have to remember it. Hey, Baslam, how are you doing? Yeah, it's the way that, I don't know if she, like, I don't know how she actually comes across in the original Japanese, but just the way that they wrote her dialogue, was just kind of, I don't know, always felt that way to me. Yeah, basically, it's like, in order to do other accents correctly, it requires a lot of practice, and it's very difficult, so I never attempt to actually do an accurate depiction of someone else's accent. That's why I always tell people, please do not take any of my accents or voices seriously. They are literally just meant for fictional characters and are not supposed to sound like or be related to any actual accents in the real world. One, two, three. There. She reached out towards it. I held my breath as I watched. Say your prayers, Lynx! We're coming for ya! Kid turned the candlestick. The room trembled with a sudden rhythmic rumbling sound, as if a massive gear was turning. What's that? For a moment, I felt a strange sensation, as if I was floating. Do you feel that? I started to stagger. The entire room seems to be moving downward, came the reply from Magil. Yeah, I also do make up the voices on the fly for streams. And, you know, I'm one woman, usually voicing anywhere from, like, 5 to 20 characters. Just trying to look for any way to make them different enough so that the voices don't get mixed up. So if people are, like, just listening, then you don't think that I'm, like, giving one character, you know, like 3 characters the same voice, and then you can't tell who's talking. I couldn't quite believe it, but I also couldn't deny the feeling of downward motion. The main hall was sinking into the earth. And then, another rumble. The room's descent rapidly accelerated. A cold sweat dripped from my back, my heart filled with a mixture of fear and anticipation. What was waiting for us down there? Frozen flame. Our prize at the end of this little adventure. But what was it, really? Would it live up to our expectations? I tightened my fists, which were slick with sweat. What were Kid and Magil thinking? The room remained veiled in silence. How do I keep my character voices in line? It depends. I mean, if I play a game enough days in a row, then I tend to mostly remember what voices I give them. But if it's something that I play like once a week, like I played all of Danganronpa 1, 2, and V3 on stream. And although in the third one, it was really nice because I played it with my friends Dag and Brawley, who were Overboard Gaming, so we shared in the voices. But for the first 2 Danganronpa games, literally when I had notes for each character and like what I thought about them, but I also wrote on each of their individual pages sort of a mental note of like what the inspiration was for the voice I gave them. So if a week later I was like, ah shit, what voice did I give that guy? I could just flip to a page and go, oh okay, it was the inspiration of like this character from that other thing, or oh, I wanted them to sound like a Valley Girl or something. I don't know. Mostly that though. I like write myself a little note if I think that I might forget it, because I don't do it consistently. As if in response to my thoughts, a quiet voice came from next to me. Sometimes It was Kid. I looked over to see her standing stiffly, staring forward with her hands clenched into fists. Sometimes I feel like I'm stuck in a losing battle. A fight I'll never win no matter what I do. It was a side of her I'd never witnessed before. Even from this angle, I could see her fear and doubt flickering across her face. I felt a tender sting in my heart. What are you fighting? Good question. Fate, maybe? Life, even? Not sure I can put my finger on it exactly. It ain't Lynx. I mean, sure, I'm here to fight him, but that's different. It ain't clear-cut like that. I feel like there's another me inside me. One that's just sitting there, looking out at how empty and pointless everything I do is. That's the best way I can describe it, anyhow. Listen to me. No bloody nonsense, huh? She smiled ruefully. I didn't know exactly what she meant, but I felt like I knew broadly what she was getting at. She may have talked tough, but underneath it all, she felt fear and uncertainty, just like the rest of us. I mean, that was no great revelation in of itself, but hearing her say it out loud gave me a strange sense of relief. I stole another sidelong glance at her. Her expression was different, more mature somehow. Sorry, mate. You didn't need to hear that. Not exactly me trademark brand of carefree banter, huh? She stuck out her tongue. Normal service had been resumed. Or so it seemed for a second. Thanks, Serge. And you too, Mag, she said, suddenly serious again. Couldn't have made it this far without you both. Listen, if we don't... After this, I mean... If we don't get another chance to... Huh? You know what? Forget it. She closed her eyes and forced a smile. I wasn't sure how to respond. So, true to form, I just stared at her some more. I could have sworn I caught a flicker of a grin cross Magel's face, too. He was standing just at the edge of my field of vision, arms crossed and eyes closed. But maybe it was just my imagination. A contemplative silence descended as the hall continued its journey down into the bowels of the manor. A crash split the silence, as if we'd collided with something. Screech! A loud metallic scraping filled the air. The room rocked and finally came to a halt. Looks like the end of the line! All change! Oh yeah! Pipe organ time! Also, by the way, Pudding, that is something that I loved about Chrono Cross. Very much. Hey, Velka! This is Radical Dreamers. How are you doing? The swelling grandeur of the organ suddenly filled the air. No one had so much as touched it, and yet the keys and pedals were moving by themselves. The melody it played was both unsettling and sad. Funeral tune, is it? Way to greet your guests! Kid took a long stride forward, then turned to face me and Magel. Come on, let's go! Magel and I gently nodded our assent. Kid grinned, then turned back to the door. I'm coming for you, Lynx! This is the end for you! And with that, she led us from the hall. We continued down a long, dark corridor, the walls slick with condensation. The air was thick and heavy,
as though ripe with the stench of death. Were we really getting close to Lynx's hidden vault at last? And was there any turning back now? For any of us? There was something strange about Kid that night. Magil didn't seem to be his usual self either. To begin with, it was vanishingly rare for him to speak so much, let alone to show any kind of emotion. What happened to make them change like that? Unable to take the silence anymore, I decided to speak. Also, oh, I can't save! I can't save, y'all! The game won't let me save anymore! Oh boy, that's scary. That's the scariest thing of all! Oh no! I had to ask the question that had been on my mind all this time. What even is the frozen flame? I mean, I know what it is, but Surge doesn't. You're doing okay, Velka? I'm glad to hear that. Ooh, Terraria is great. And also, I'm really enjoying Radical Dreamers. Yeah, Musa, actually the Chrono Cross remaster just came out today. It's out. That's actually how I'm playing Radical Dreamers right now, is through the Chrono Cross remaster. I have the Steam version. You could totally buy it right now for 20 bucks. Surprise! You can play it now! Yeah, it came out today! Is the frozen flame really just a jewel? There was only silence in return. And then, when it seemed like no one would reply at all, Magil spoke. His low voice echoed in the corridor. It is a sacred stone that cures all ills, heals all wounds, and grants eternal life. Or so some still believe. In truth, it is part of a tremendous rock that fell from the skies long, long ago. That rock was the source of a hitherto unknown power, with which mankind's hidden potential was unlocked. You could say that it was humanity's dreams made manifest. But it is not always good to have one's dreams come true. Many were bewitched by that great power. Some were led astray by it. It even led to a kingdom's ruin. A kingdom once prosperous, yet now little more than fragments and dust. Its name lost to history. For a moment, I thought I heard a hint of pain and sadness in Magil's voice. But maybe it was just my nerves. Or maybe he was secretly talking about his own people, Magus. I love Chrono Cross. That was one of those games that I played like 3 years ago, and I had heard so many negative things about it. And then when I played it, I was like, I don't get it. This game's great. Like, granted, I feel like the combat of Chrono Cross is either you love it or you hate it. Like, there's not much of an in-between. But Chrono Cross is really good, as long as you don't look at it as Chrono Trigger 2. So, I mean, the game hasn't really, like, confirmed that Magil is Magus, but, like, it totally is. I mean, he's literally with Kid, who is fucking Scala, so... like, it's gotta be him. And, you know, I'm sure you probably, well, I don't know, you might know this already, Lisa, but they were originally going to make Guile be actually Magus. And it was going to be like a whole side plot, but then they decided that they didn't want to put that much focus on a side character, so they scrapped that part, but there's still that note in the mansion that kind of, like, leads you to think, you know, that, like, I was like, damn it, Guile's gotta be him, but he's not! Ah! So, yeah, it's like, sort of it's like a choose-your-own-adventure visual novel thing that was the inspiration for Chrono Cross. Oop!
Oops, look at that. It says Barry $16 per and Chrono Cross is downloading. Got him! I hope you enjoy it, Barry. I really, really did enjoy my first playthrough of Chrono Cross. I bow. Oh boy. Wait, how do you know all this, Magil? It's definitely not that you secretly Magus! You said nothing. He only stared at me with his piercing dark eyes and then continued onward in silence. For a while, only the sound of footsteps echoed in the corridor. And then, Kid gave a doubtful humph. Look, I don't know if all that stuff about the frozen flame's true or not. It's neither here nor there to me. She raised a fist. We're here to settle the score with Lynx by nicking the thing. That's all I know, and that's all I want to know. What had Lynx seen in the frozen flame? Why had it been worth risking so much for? For one reason or another, my mind was drawn back to the strange painting in the study. A black jewel with a burning red flame inside it. Was that what it really looked like? But what was the meaning of that strange depiction of a world where everything was melting and blending together? We trudged on down the dark passageway, each of us alone with our thoughts. Concentrating on my footsteps lessened the burden of my worries somewhat, and I felt a renewed vigor, to a degree. Suddenly, Magil stopped in his tracks. Wait. Huh? Kid turned around, puzzled. Just then, a powerful light surged across the floor and a ring-shaped sigil appeared. Okay, cool. Well, hey, there we go. I found the thing. It's a good thing that we had the answer to this.
Damn it, a blood circle!
Kid and Magil were at least quick enough to try and jump clear, but they weren't quite quick enough. The three of us were trapped in a circle of blinding light. Ow, my eyeballs. The sigil rotated left and right with us at the center, cutting off all routes of escape. We're trapped! A wall of heat and wind blew up around us, and swirling lines and spirals of light assailed us wherever we turned.
Don't let the light mesmerize you! Cover your eyes! Shouted Magil, raising a hand over his mask. Turn with the light, not against it. There has to be a way out.
What? I barely even understand what's going on!
Kid's elbow brushed against the wall of light surrounding us, sending sparks flying. Ugh!
Be careful. Merely to touch it is more than enough to harm you. Stay well back.
I slowly turned my body to follow the movements of the ring of light, looking for a gap to escape through. I turned right 3 times. 3 steps to the right. There, I see it. That's our way through. Still another. Okay, and then we need left twice. And then right twice. Cause I'm smart, and I went everywhere. I'm super glad I met that griffin. Suddenly, my body felt light, and I staggered 2 or 3 steps forward. We were back in the deserted passageway we'd been walking down before the blood circle had appeared. The sigil had vanished from the floor, and everything was silent, as if nothing had ever been amiss. And then I looked up. Looks like oh. And I still can't save. No, I still can't save. Looks like we finally made it, boys. Kid strolled up to the door with a wicked grin on her face. The true frozen flame awaits. Magil's eyes gave a glint from behind his mask, like glass catching moonlight in the darkness of night. I mean, yeah, you're not wrong, Nataki. Like, part of it's like partially it's the sequel to literally one of the best JRPGs ever made. And then also because people went into Chrono Cross expecting it to be like Chrono Trigger. So then when the combat was different and you know, it's people got disappointed because they had the wrong expectation, and it's like I can't really blame them for having that expectation, but it also sucks. And that's why I always tell people, like, hey, if you had played Chrono Cross and you were going into it expecting Chrono Trigger 2, I highly encourage you to someday when you're ready try it again, knowing that it's not, because I think you'll like it more. Something you hadn't really noticed on your first playthrough, but you did watching mine, is much of the art's 3D rendered? Oh. Ooh, the Proto FF7 demo, really? That's kind of cool. I mean, I don't really remember Chrono Cross starting slow, but I also was basically like super on board the second the music started, so... Magil's eyes gave a glint from behind his mask, like glass catching moonlight in the darkness of night. Let's go. Kid reached for the hammer. So, this is the place, huh? Kid narrowed her eyes, straining to see our surroundings in the darkness. A vast, pitch-black expanse surrounded us whichever way we looked. It was as if we'd entered an impossibly vast cave. We were in a place forgotten by time, unknown to the world, hidden deep within the bowels of night. A gentle crimson light hovered in the darkness, the frozen flame. All right, now it's ours! The light of the flame ebbed and waned gently, as if responding to Kid's voice. What the heck is this place? There's mountains of bloody rubble everywhere! Magil took a step further into the room and said in a whisper that was almost a groan, "No, it can't be." Ah, but it is. The ruins of the lost kingdom of mages. The voice drifted down through the darkness from above. Kid looked up in shock. Lynx! I'll kick your flippin' ass so hard you'll kiss the moon! Kid pulled her knife from her belt and threw it as hard as she could. It fell to the floor with a clang, as if knocked out of the air by some unseen hand. Still the same impetuous child as ever, I see. That's no way to greet an old friend. Smarmy bastard! Kid gritted her teeth with rage. And you, Shadow Dweller, I'll have none of your tricks this time. You must think me a fool if you believe I'll fall for that again. Magil, who had been quietly slipping into the darkness that surrounded us, stopped dead in his tracks. So this was the infamous Lynx. I kind of see where they got Lynx's design in Chrono Cross now. Like, they made him an actual Lynx, but like he totally has a hat and all that. I don't know, Vlasa. This is my first playthrough, so please no one tell me. The lord of this deadly manor. And whiskers instead of a giant mustache. The man who had murdered the closest thing Kid had to family. Who had assassinated General Viper and eradicated the Order of the Acacia Dragoons. A pleasure as always, my dear Kid. And I must say, you follow the trail of breadcrumbs I laid for you admirably closely, my greedy little sneak thief. What the bloody? She stepped forward, bristling. Lynx narrowed his eyes as his lips twisted into a snarl.
You know what I want, kid. Give me the stone you carry.
A stone? Did Kid have some kind of jewel I didn't know about?
Don't know what you're on about, mate.
She just about managed to recover her composure, narrowing her eyes scornfully at her old foe.
Spare me the act, child. I know that you have it. I know she gave it to you. Hand over the time egg, now.
What? Whatever it is, I never heard of it. I don't know what that is. There's no egg. Egg. You're dreaming if you think I'll give it to the likes of you!
Kid shot back.
It's all I'll have left of her! I'll never let go of it, not for anyone, and definitely not for you! I'll tell you what's gonna happen, you bastard! First, I'm gonna take the frozen flame, and then I'm gonna ram it down your throat!
Incorrigible young fool. I was hoping this might be a civilized exchange. Alas, it seems my words will only fall on deaf ears, and you were determined to repeat your past errors.
Lynx moved his hand to the grip of the ornate golden saber that hung from his belt.
Last time I showed you mercy and let you leave with your life. That was a mistake, one which I mean to correct.
Surge, Magil, stay back! Kid took a step forward, glaring at Lynx, her gaze unflinching.
This ends here and now! You'll pay for what you've done! You'll pay for what you did to Luca!
With a scream, Kid leapt into the air like a bird taking flight. Her foot lashed out in a scything kick aimed straight at the side of Lynx's head. But there was no contact. Where Lynx had been mere moments before, now there was only empty space. Kid landed and immediately launched herself back into the air, putting the full force of her momentum into another kick. This time, Lynx leaned back, letting Kid's foot swing past only a hair's breadth from his nose. And then it was Lynx's turn. He lashed out with his saber, carving an arc through the air in front of him. Kid was ready for him, however, and had already jumped back to a safe distance. The two glared at each other from mere footsteps apart.
At least you had the decency to prepare a little better than last time,
Lynx purred. A red line appeared on Kid's cheek, slowly coalescing into a drop of blood. Kid! In a flash, she launched herself into yet another attack. Lynx dodged to the side, then made to strike her with the hilt of his saber. Kid moved awkwardly to avoid the attack, losing her footing, and then Lynx was on her like a bird of prey before she could fully recover. There was a gasp and a cough as Lynx drove his knee into the pit of her stomach. Kid collapsed. A steady stream of red dripped from her lips.
Will that be all, girl?
Lynx gave Kid a merciless kick to the side, sending her flying. She landed on a pile of rubble, her body rolling until she hit a large stone pillar. And there she lay, lifelessly still. Kid? Kid! I screamed her name as I charged towards Lynx, but Magil was there already. He flew through the darkness, a part of the shadows, before crashing down on Lynx like a bolt from the blue. Lynx jumped back, and countless threads of light flew from his fingertips towards Magil. With a droning hum, the threads of light surrounded Magil, crossing over one another. They spread to form a lattice of light that gave off a blinding glare and trapped Magil where he stood.
What is this?
Magil staggered and groaned, attempting to shield his eyes with his hands.
It is a simple enough spell, my shadowy friend, for those inclined to learn it, and one which, sadly for you, leaves no darkness in which to hide.
Lynx leered at Magil with a venomous grin.
You've been quite the thorn in my side. I'll let you live long enough to regret it.
Magil struggled and groaned. I had to do something. Kid and Magil needed me. But what was I going to do? I challenge Lynx! I charged at Lynx! I screamed as I rushed towards Kid's nemesis. And then, in one fluid motion, he spun around to face me, lashing out with his saber. I tried my best to dodge the blow, but the blade sliced into my body. Arrgh! I collapsed in a heap and rolled down onto the rubble.
You aren't the first arrogant little street rat I've cut down, and you won't be the last.
His claw-like fingers clamped around my throat. I couldn't breathe. Tightening his grip, Lynx lifted me bodily until my feet were dangling in the air. I could feel his talons mercilessly digging deeper and deeper into my neck. Panic filled my mind.
Look, kid. See your friend. See him suffer. This is your doing. This is your hand around his neck.
Kid's breathing was ragged, and blood still dripped from her lips. Opening an eye, she groggily raised her head. But she couldn't get up. She didn't have the strength. Search!
Give me the time egg. Do you even know what it is? I suspect not. Think of it as a concentrated pocket of space. With the frozen flame and the time egg in hand, one can bend the fabric of space and time and rewrite the past. There are errors that I mean to correct, mistakes in the past that must be set right.
Lynx's narrow, emotionless eyes returned to my face.
How long before he perishes, I wonder?
I struggled to breathe, but could only make choking sounds. Kid screamed my name.
Decide. Will you watch the boy die or relent? Does his life mean nothing to you?
I can't! She balled her hands into fists and dropped her gaze. My vision started to fade. And then I heard her voice as she struggled to speak through the pain. I'm sorry, Sedge, but I swore I'd sacrifice anything to stop Lynx! I mean... I do not think you should give Lynx the time egg. But I feel like I'm kind of effed here. I feel like I'm so dead. Don't worry about me. I'm fine. Don't worry about me. It was all I could do to force the words out past Lynx's icy grip. I was starting to black out. Was this really how it was going to end? Probably. I think I screwed that up. Oh, for crying out loud, fine, you win! Here, have your damn rock! Lynx's grip on my throat loosened. Groaning with pain, Kid reached a shaky hand into her shirt.
I knew you'd come around in the end.
Lynx threw my body to the ground, then walked over toward her. Just shut up and take it, you bastard! It's all you deserve! With all the strength she could muster, Kid lashed out at Lynx with her right hand. Ugh! He leapt back in a desperate attempt to evade the blow, but it was too late. Kid's nails, sharp as cat's claws, raked mercilessly into his face. Lynx roared with pain. He staggered, clutching his left eye. Blood oozed through the gaps in his fingers.
You wretched little shit of a girl!
Lynx stood awkwardly, still clutching at the wound on his face. The fingers of his free hand arced into furious talons as he walked back toward Kid, who still lay on the ground. Hang on a sec. Sorry, Angry Trees is asking if I had seen, Luna. How are they gonna get out on this one? Find out next time on Chrono Cross, maybe. I'm still very surprised that we are alive. For now.
I'll kill you all.
He kicked her hard, concentrating all his wrath and venom into the blow. Kid gasped as all the wind was knocked out of her, yet more blood ran from her mouth as her body rolled across the floor. Kid! I yelled hoarsely, clutching my burning throat with one hand. Lynx turned his head slowly to look at me, one eye fixing on me coldly as it came into view. He took a step towards me. Yes, perhaps it would be better to start with you, my dear kid. Rest assured that your friend's death will be a most elaborate and painful one. You will truly know what it means to suffer, boy. I will put you through the same suffering as I did that Luca woman. Kid's body stirred with shock and horror. Her eyes slowly opened, fixing on Lynx. They were wild eyes, stained with the blood that poured from her brow. Gritting her teeth, she staggered to her feet. Lynx! Lynx! And then an explosion of light burst forth from the frozen flame. Another light began to form from somewhere near Kid's chest, resonating with the light from the frozen flame. The twin lights entwined, twirling slowly upward, and as it rose, the golden spiral spread. No, this can't be! Lynx stood motionless, transfixed by the spectacle. Was this the Time Egg's power? Kid screamed as a raging blaze of light engulfed her. I'll never let you do it again! I'll never let you steal from me again! Bathed in the glow, her body shook. Blood-red tears dripped from her eyes as they took on a distant look. And then she collapsed to the ground as if all life had gone out of her. I heard a voice. It was quiet and still, like the evening. It has come to pass. Kid is retracing her lost memories back through time, back to the Lost Kingdom. It was through her power that the kingdom fell, that it was swallowed in the all-encompassing vortex of time. In her grief, she wished to disappear. Her past, her future, she wanted it all to sink into the void, to be lost in the seething whirl of time. Did you find her? Yeah, our cat's hiding. You found her? Also, yes, Luca, like Luca from Chrono Trigger. Yay, that's good. This is a really pretty song. She despised what she had done. She closed herself off from all that she saw and heard, and cursed her very existence. But the stone wished for her to live. The hands of her clock were rewound, her memories unraveled. The stone gave her a chance to begin again. The stone had both the power and the will to bring all this about. Sinking through the sea of time, she drifted here, a mere babe, her memories a blank slate. The time egg shattered, its fragments raining down on the world, becoming shards of sorrow and anguish. The world around us drifted into pieces. It swallowed us, engulfed us. We were consumed, locked into the void. And then, a girl's scream echoed in the darkness. That voice, was that Kid? It sounded just like... No, this is all wrong. The black vortex, it surrounds us. No, stop. Where am I? Oh, nice T-Rex. Just a casual T-Rex floating in the sky. I've lost everything. Now I can but wonder. The world drifts and time is a blur. There is only an endless, unknowable sea. This is where time begins and ends. This is where all life finds peace. Yeah, where's Isla? I see myself as a baby, crying next to my mother, an exhausted yet proud look upon her face. I see myself aged and wizened, waiting to succumb to death's embrace with a smile. I see countless incarnations of myself, walking time's intricate corridors as ghosts. This is a place where countless worlds overlap and infinite dreams play out. If only I could rest here for eternity. If only I could free myself of all my burdens and sleep here in the sea of dreams. But I hear it calling me. I hear the song. Kid! Kid, please! Can you hear me? Kid! Kid, say something! Kid, you've gotta stay with me! Who's that? Who's calling me? Serge? Where am I? Kid? Kid, you're awake! I had a song. It was beautiful. It was that song that Luca loved. Kid closed her eyes, and her face glowed with a warm smile. I'll never forget that song. It makes me want to cry whenever I hear it. I'm just glad you're back. Felt like I was losing you. Like you were going somewhere far, far away. Before I knew it, I was humming the song for you. I don't know if I ever mentioned it, but I wrote it when I first started out as a musician. I knew you liked it, so... Kid gave a gentle nod. It was you. You were the one who called me back. That was you calling me name. Thanks, Serge. It's okay. It's okay now. I'm back. Suddenly, she gasped with pain. Lynx's saber had plunged deep into her right shoulder. And towering over us was Lynx himself. I'm fucking busy.
I told you, kid. I told you I would kill you.
She had no strength left to fight. What was I gonna do? I'm gonna tackle Lynx. Damn you! I charged towards him with all the strength I had left.
It's quite enough, brat.
Lynx lashed out at me with his saber. Ugh! I staggered and collapsed to the ground. But what about Kid? Was she okay? I looked desperately around to find her, my eyes clouded with pain.
Alas, your time has come.
He raised his saber high, preparing to strike.
Enough.
Stunned, we looked toward the intruder. You! Wait, who? Is it that old lady? Yeah, it's the old lady! There stood an old crone, her wizened features obscured by a heavy hood. How had she made it all the way down here?
Lady Vera,
A
And what have we done to bring Pore's Magister General running, I wonder? He growled.
It's been far too long, Lord Lynx. A pity that I seem not to have caught you at your best.
The crone met Lynx's mad stare head on.
I will take the frozen flame. After all, it seems you two have been quite unable to decide which of you should have it.
She raised a hand and armed soldiers poured into the room. Magil lifted Kid to her feet.
This seems like a good time to leave.
Lynx snarled.
You'll regret this, witch!
He kicked off from the floor and his body rose into the air. Then he turned his venomous glare on us.
You kid, you'll pay for this with your life soon enough. You will never be safe from me.
With that, he disappeared like a puff of smoke. The crone lingered for a moment, her eyes resting on us.
Kid, if you wish to try and steal the frozen flame again, you're welcome to try anytime you please. We'll be waiting. But you'll have to get out of here alive first.
The soldiers drew their weapons and fell upon us.
Darkness, heed my call.
With Kid slumped against him, Magil spread his arms and drew a sigil in the air.
Hurry, Surge, this way.
I grabbed onto him and we plunged into blackness. Oh, we met that old lady in the clock tower and she seemed to know who we were and everything that we were up to, and I guess now she has the thing now. Thanks to Magil's magic, we managed to escape the manor alive. Yeah, thanks to totally not Magus. With the lights of torches dotted the forest, and we could hear soldiers calling to one another, we stopped briefly in the darkness of the woods, and Kid leaned heavily on a tree, desperately trying to quiet her ragged breathing. It was a terrible wound she had suffered, and it seemed to be taking its toll. Are you okay, Kid? Yeah, don't worry about me, mate. We're surrounded. It won't be long before they find us, said Magil, his eyes cautiously scanning the area. Kid raised her head to look at me. It's me and Magil they want. Get out of here, Sedge. It's us they want, not you. What are you saying? I'm not leaving you here. Look at you. You can barely stand. It's nothing I can't handle. And besides, I've got Magil with me. If they catch you with us, they won't go easy on you. But I remembered everything. I remembered another me. A me from a long time ago. Slowly, Kid averted her gaze, looking up at the night sky. I have to go. The stars reflected in her eyes, and suddenly, she looked like nothing more than an ordinary young girl with a sad, distant expression on her face. Kid. Don't worry, sir. I'm okay. We'll meet again. Kid smiled. We'll meet again. Somewhere, someday. Sometime. Promise. Her eyes closed gently. I didn't manage to nick the frozen flame in the end. I lost the time ache too. The only thing I had left of Lucas. But it's okay. Everything's gonna be okay. There's something inside me that shines brighter than any stupid jewel. The most important thing in the world. She opened her eyes again and fixed them on me. I could have lost myself in their depths forever. No one can take it from me. Not for as long as I live. There was nothing else in the world I wanted but this. I doubted I'd ever want anything again. I only wanted this moment. All the clocks in the world could have stopped right then and there for all I cared. And that was exactly what I wished for as I gazed at her. Goodbye, Serge. And thanks. She looked down, then turned away and disappeared into the darkness of the night. Would I ever see her again? Kid! Don't follow me, Serge! Please! Just don't! I strained to try and catch a glimpse of her as the last traces of her shadow vanished. vanished toward a place I might never reach again. No, kid! I leapt to my feet, meaning to chase after her, but a shadow soon blocked my path. Magil? Without saying a word, he slowly shook his head. Behind the mask, I saw a sadness in his eyes. Then the shadow withdrew and melted into the darkness. Magil! Kid? Wait! Don't leave me! I screamed into the night, but there was no reply. The black silence swallowed my cries. Kid! Kid! And so ends another tale. Perhaps one day I'll see Kid, Magil, and Riddell again. One day, somewhere, at another time, in another world. Perhaps none of us will even realize it. But that's a story for another day. For now, I must put down my pen. I closed my grandfather's diary. And then, from downstairs, I heard my mother calling. Did you hear me? Your friend's here! Nimble footsteps charged up the stairs. The door flew open. In tumbled a young girl. A girl who seemed somehow familiar. Hey, Sedge! It's a beautiful day for adventuring! I found a rundown old manor off in the woods to the north. You want to go exploring? Come on! Put the book down and let's get out of there! I need to go lay down in sadness. Yeah, Surge is the one on the right. Obviously, they changed the way Surge looks in Chrono Cross. Yeah, in this version, in Radical Dreamers, Surge was a bard, which is pretty cool. Also, you're very welcome, Awesome. I do have a question for any of you know. Hey, chat, are there multiple endings to Radical Dreamers? Yes, there are. Okay, yeah, I was like, based on the way that there were several things that I could have like not stumbled across. And I mean, I'm sure I probably still missed some things. And it looks like there's probably some other scenarios. wonder if it's worth going after the other endings, or like how much work it would take. Also, for anybody wondering, is I think somebody came in saying that they had like gotten a fan translation of this, but maybe never finished it or something. At least from this, like, I could recommend if Radical Dreamers was something you're interested in. The translation seemed pretty good. I would say if you like choose your own adventure things, if you want a little something that's Chrono Trigger, Chrono Cross, but not quite, that it would be worth picking up and playing. I mean, plus, like, if you were gonna buy the Chrono Cross remaster anyway, it comes with it for free. Yeah, there was one text flub where there was an extra V, but other than that, yeah, I didn't see anything else. According to TV Tropes, you can select the other ones after you're done. That was really cool, though. I genuinely really enjoyed this. Oh! Ah, there are 7 different ones. Wow. That is really cool. That is really cool. Oh, and now there's a continue button. What does that do? Does this start it over and then... Interesting. Yeah, what if I go to sleep? That was new. I don't remember being able to fall asleep before. Is that just skipping the intro? Okay, that's actually really handy. That's really handy, wow! A soft glimmer of light. What? Oh my god, wait, this is new! Oh shit! This is new! A soft glimmer of light. At least, I thought that was what I saw. A gentle glow coming from a decorative window close to the ceiling. But as much as I strained my eyes to try and catch it again, I couldn't. Oi! Sid, you better not be sleeping on the job. We're leaving for the gods to find. Kid and Magil were already far down the passageway. How long had I been standing there? I rushed after them. It was way too early. I paid her no mind and looked again at the window. There was a light. It was faint. Vague, like a shrouded star. No. This was no light. It was visible in the darkness, but that was more of a side effect. It was crying out to me through the shadow of night, crying out to be seen, to be noticed. There, draped in a set of ancient robes, floated the figure of a young girl. Is that fucking Scala? You've come, at long last. It was a tremulous voice filled with sorrow. I'm still not sure if I really heard it, or if it was somehow echoing in my mind. But one thing was certain. It wasn't a dream, nor was it an illusion. There was no doubt about what I heard next. It was Kid and Magil making apprehensive noises as they appeared at my side. No, y'all scared away Scala's ghost! What the heck was that? It took a few moments, but Kid had soon just about regained her composure. Thaumaturgy, diablerie, necromancy. With enough experience in these practices, eventually one can see the dead, and while it's not exactly something to be proud of, having taken on some very odd jobs indeed, we've witnessed things that no ordinary person would ever see. And more than a few that no one should ever see, courtesy of Magil's dark arts. Even so, for a moment, the three of us were stunned. If I had to say why, perhaps it was because the seemingly bottomless sorrow of the girl's sigh, the sense of torment, even, struck a chord with all of us. Nothing will come of lingering here. Something told me that Magil was right. We should leave. It wasn't until later that I realized the ashen tone Kid's face had taken on wasn't just because of the moonlight. The corridor stretched off to the— oh my god. Don't mind me. I'm just sitting here and letting it sink in that not only was this like a choose your own adventure virtual novel, but it is literally one where after you play it the first time, it's different the second time, and there's 7 endings? I guess I'll go right first. I just kind of want to try, like, different things. We're going uppy. I'm curious what happens if we do this. Because we don't have the sword or anything, so, like, can we just die? Yeah. Something on the floor. Stains. Yep. Yeah, I'm just really curious if there's, like, a way out of this without the sword. Or if, like, some of the paths just basically lead you to death. Yeah, I played Chrono Cross. Absolutely. I love Chrono Cross. That game's dope as fuck. We tried to smash down the wall. Yep, none of those. Can you barge the door down? Yeah, basically, I think you just die. Maybe? Or not? Oh, interesting. Okay, so you can make it out of there alive. Mm-hmm. Interesting. Mm-hmm. Like, I'm just really curious if doing things in a certain order changes anything. Oh. Yeah! This door was locked and now it's not? The jewels and precious metals, the things of nobility and the rich like, but they were arranged in a very particular pattern. It was a massive diorama, a seascape, rendered in minute detail using priceless treasures. What? What? Fucking what? Glittering white crystals formed the crests of waves deep as valleys, which rose in great columns of agate. This is literally... It was a reef made from jade glinting with a strange hard light, atop which sat a mermaid of pearl with an enigmatic smile, silver hair, and scales of mica. Dude, this is completely different than before. And amid the waves was a hand clutching at thin air and seemingly about to be swallowed by the water. I couldn't identify what it was made from, but it was stunningly realistic. It was an incredible work of art. The single moment of a great storm, crystallized and preserved forever. But it wasn't beauty that it conveyed to me. Its vividness filled me with an inexplicable dread. A jewel shaped like a lotus flower and drenched in a blood-red light. The frozen flame. We all knew it instantly. We'd found it. Get the ladder out, Sedge! I'm gonna grab the loot! Having been lured by the siren's call, Kit could hardly contain her excitement. Well, obviously this isn't the real one. Whatever it was keeping me from sharing in Kit's sense of gleeful triumph. Yeah! But I couldn't let my nerves get the better of me. We should probably think about this. Nah, you can make it quick or I can make it painful for you. It turned out it wasn't as ready to incur Kit's wrath as I thought. Oh, she punched me, I guess? Once Kit made her mind up about something, there was no stopping her after all. I took pieces of a portable ladder from among my things. They were made from the light and sturdy yet pliable stalks of a plant that grows in the east, which made them perfect for bringing along on little expeditions like this. I tossed out the pieces one by one while Kit and Magil put them together as they'd done many times before. A few minutes later, we had a ladder long enough to cross the sea of jewels. Kit left the finishing touches to me as she dumped her heavy bag and weapons on the floor. She began to breathe in a strange rhythm, concentrating hard on the task at hand. It was a secret technique she'd learned somewhere that enabled her to reduce her weight to a fraction of its normal level. She practically floated over to the mermaid, the ladder barely even bending. But her little trick did nothing to stop the trap that was sprung the moment she set foot on the reef. Yep. Ah! As she reached for the frozen flame, webbed fingers lashed out, their talons digging deep into her arm. Bright red blood spurted from the wound. The mermaid's aquamarine eyes remained impassive, but her scales rustled as she began to move. There was an awful creaking sound as cogs within her pearlescent form began to grind against one another. Quicksilver coursed through the clockwork guardian's veins as she whirred into motion, preparing to deal with the intruder who had dared set foot in her domain. At the same moment, the Sea of Jewels began moving like a real sea, as if the moment frozen in time had suddenly thawed. The crushed crystals that formed the crests of the waves began to beat against Kit mercilessly, as if trying to throw her from the reef. And before we knew it, she lost her footing. As I watched her fall, I caught sight of something even stranger. It was the hand I saw earlier, but it wasn't just a hand now. The whole body had been revealed. The whole corpse, I should say. It looked as if the last person who had set this gruesome mechanism in motion had been trapped there, frozen until such time as another unknowing victim happened along. Kid! She was thrashing helplessly in the raging waves. Was she going to be the next victim of this monstrous machine? We had to do something. We couldn't leave her to die like this.
And then the mermaid slipped into the waves, making straight for her. There was a flash of light from Magel's hand, followed by a silver needle, which shot through the air and struck the mindless automaton right in the eye. But the mechanical monstrosity didn't miss a beat. It was just another cog in a bigger machine, one whose sole purpose was to attack, to destroy, but a cog nonetheless. The true heart of this enormous mechanism lay elsewhere. Its jaw dropped open, as if suddenly dislocated. Rows of razor-sharp teeth glinted inside, teeth designed to tear flesh. Nope, plunging into the water. It was salty! Oh, it's also real water now, that's weird. I plunged in head first, but the waves were far more powerful than I expected, and they battered me mercilessly, keeping me far from Kid. As I struggled to keep my head above water, the corpse I'd seen before came bobbing up toward me. I was busy trying to shove it away when I noticed something strange about it. Its eyes were open. And not just that, but it was staring right at Kid. This is all the corpse is doing! By sheer instinct, I'd worked out the trap's secret. I hurriedly grabbed the knife from my belt, sheath and all, and slammed it into the corpse's head. Splat! The skull shattered with a sickening crunch, and the waterlogged flesh slid off it like so much rotten vegetable matter. That's gross. And the next moment, it was as if everything we'd just seen had been a bad dream. The tempestuous sea and the mermaid were motionless once more. All was still and hard as stone. Hooray! Yeah, this place must have like dozens of fake frozen flames. Hi, Super Booper. Yeah, this is Radical Dreamers. It's like a choose-your-own-adventure styled visual novel that was written after Chrono Trigger and is what inspired Chrono Cross. Have a good one, Flossa. Enjoy Chrono Cross and Radical Dreamers. Kid lay on the ground, coughing and spluttering. Her little dunking hadn't done her much good. She was retching violently enough to turn even my stomach. And then I saw it. She was clutching the frozen flame in one hand. Clutching it so tightly that it would surely leave a mark. I see. Curse slowly overrides the perception of its victims. Not only does this prevent them from acting effectively, but even if they keep their wits about them, they have no way of knowing which part of the mechanism to aim for. Clever. Magel was poking curiously at the corpse, the only thing that had now transformed back into a mass of jewels. Looking at it made me feel sick. I'd have enough of this horrible scene. Well, we got what we came for. Reckon it's time we skedaddled. Kid seemed in no great hurry to stick around either, so we left. The corridor outside the room stretched off to the left and right. Okay, so I guess we got what we wanted? Yeah, and then here's the clock tower. Yeah. Yep, there's the huge sword. Okay, so we meet the old crone lady. So what if I just, like, don't tell her that that's totally what we're here to do? I'm gonna play dumb. What's that? Do you know what you're on about, lady? Kid did her best to play dumb. And she did it well. Mind you, she had never felt much shame about lying or deceit. I said, can you believe that anyone would be so foolish as to challenge the great Lord Lynx? They'd have to be out of their mind. Oh, but seriously, girl, you can't fool me, so don't try.
I sensed a sudden steeliness in her voice. At least I was pretty sure I did. We continued to play dumb.
Who's trying to fool you?
please, I never dream of laying a finger on Lord Lynx. I mean, he's so handsome. You bonkers, lady. Is this some kind of sick joke? Kit did her best to lie her way out of the crone's line of questioning. But I could see how awkward it was for her to even say Lord Lynx, let alone handsome.
So be it then. I have little time to spend in the company of liars.
Okay. She vanished. Cool. I feel like maybe if I learned more before going there would be different. I don't know. I have so many questions. Something was wrong. Didn't there used to be a terrace here? Yeah. The moonlight picked out with cold precision a corridor whose flagstones stretched off into endlessness in a manner hard for the human mind to comprehend. Maybe we just forgot how spacious the corridor was here. Yeah, that's probably it. The terrace is probably just a little further on.
No, I remember that tree. I memorized its outline to guide us on our way back through the forest, stated Maddo, flatly, torpedoing my admittedly vain attempt to cling to reason.
Okay, let's march forward then, I guess, and see what happens. It's a loop. Listen, it's fine. Oh, cool. Okay. Fully admit though, like, I'm starting to get a little bit like, whew. I feel like maybe I should save going through the game again for a different stream, because I feel like I'm starting to get like overwhelmed a little bit. Reading a visual novel for like 4.5 hours, I feel like does that to me. I'm not sure, I'm not even sure what to do, like... This is so weird. And I guess I'm also, like, super thrown off by the fact that everything is different. So it's like I'm replaying the same thing, but I'm also not. Brain! No, we're good. I guess I'll save here. Oh, weird. That has a mark on it now. Okay. Why is there a googly-eyed dog? Googly-eyed dog. Anyway, yeah, I think that reading through all of the first ending of Radical Dreamers and all that, and then discovering that there's like 6 other endings, and just woo, this is just a lot. This is a lot for my brain. That's a lot for my brain for one day. So I don't know. Hey Chad, do you how interested are y'all in seeing some of the other endings to Radical Dreamers? Like, is that something that you super duper really want to see? Would you rather me play Chrono Cross? I have no idea. You tell me. Because I'm interested in seeing what some of these other endings are. And I think the reason why I'm like, oh boy, this is a lot for now is just that it's a lot of reading. So I think that's why I'm probably like not wanting to do more of it right this second. You be down for more, but you kind of want to see Chrono Cross more. Pretty much whatever I'm happier playing. Well, as always, thank y'all. I appreciate that y'all enjoy the games that I play when I'm enjoying them. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess we could, let me think on it, because, like, I am interested in seeing what some of these other endings are about. Maybe we can explore it for a stream and kind of see, like, how much repeat text there is, how often things are different. It just, yeah, it's a lot of reading. I mean, literally, like, there's, the gameplay is to choose a thing, and then I spend, like, 5 hours reading everything out loud, which I do enjoy. It's just a lot. Oh yeah, I definitely wouldn't, like, dedicate myself to doing all 7 endings, Velka. I think it would be like we'll play it by ear, like, do, like, an ending at a time and see how we feel. And I'll see how I feel tomorrow too. Like, if I'm feeling up for, like, sitting down and reading another chunk of this, then we could. Or if I'd rather play Chrono Cross, then we can do that. We'll see. But definitely, if you do want to see more of Radical Dreamers, let me know in the future. Don't be afraid to remind me, like, hey, Spoonee, I wanted to see more Radical Dreamers.